It's another Sunday afternoon on Sports Radio 88.9 Bila FM. It is time once again for Football Live. Right here, right now. 88.9 Bila FM is the station. My name is Anthony Beke Deremo. And this afternoon, we'll look at international football. We'll look at local football. We'll look at everywhere it is also happening. We'll be going to live action. There indeed will be live action. Some leagues have started, some teams have continued with pre-season, and the big kickoff is just around the corner. In less than 1 week, the Premier League and the Primera Division in Spain would kick off. Let's tell you that in England, the EFL Cup, one match kicked off 4 minutes ago. Brentford and Wycombe. It's a goalless situation in that part of town. Of course, there are matches that have come and gone in Brazil. Josh Ike Okole joins us, of course, this afternoon on Football Live. Josh, how are you doing?
I'm fine, I'm good. Football is about to start. We're excited, we're ready for the new season. I'm already sporting my jerseys. We can't wait for our players. Okay, football has started though, even though it's not the major leagues. And I know someone will say the French league, but the top 4 leagues, the leagues that have the most amount of teams participating in European football haven't begun. And, you know, whenever the big 4 aren't playing, it seems like there's no football.
Yes, the big kickoff is not very, very far away. It will be Spain and England are kicking off next weekend. And, of course, you know that the Italian football Calcio and, indeed, the Bundesliga are not very, very far behind. The French Championnat has started in spite of the cases of coronavirus here and there. Football has continued in France, and football is set to continue in other parts, major parts of Europe and the rest of the world. 6 minutes played, Brentford no goal, Wycombe no goal. That's in the EFL Cup. Let's quickly look at our first talking point today. This is Football Live. Remember, you can join us via the phone 0700000889, and you can also join us via social media. We're live on Facebook. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM is the fan page address. Once you like our page, you can go on to post your comments and your contributions. Our first talking point will be coming from Barcelona. Other things being equal, Lionel Messi is set for his first training session since after going on strike and then changing his mind, saying that he will play for Barcelona until, of course, the foreseeable future. Lionel Messi has performed a dramatic huge.
Messi is one of the greatest players in football history. Some people argue that he is the greatest. I would say he's not the greatest because there's King Pelé, there's Maradona, there's Johan Cruyff and Ferenc Puskás and the rest of them. But Messi is the king of Barcelona, even if he wanted to leave yesterday, but he's still staying and he's the number 1 player at Barcelona. And looking at Griezmann, we saw him yesterday. Fine, he missed his 3rd consecutive penalty from Leblanc in their 1-0 victory over Denmark. Looking at Coutinho as well. Coutinho was phenomenal for Brazil at the Copa America last year where they won the Copa America. He was also a key player, even though he wasn't a starter, but he was always decisive when he comes from the bench for Bayern Munich. He even scored 2 goals in the 8-2. I'm saying it again, 8-2 demolition of Barcelona in hands of Bayern Munich. That Musa has even denied that he said that he never wanted Antoine Griezmann. He said no, I never said I didn't want Antoine Griezmann. Antoine Griezmann is a world-class player. 2016, Antoine Griezmann was the 3rd best footballer in the world after Cristiano Ronaldo number 1 and Lionel Messi number 2. So looking at Antoine Griezmann and Philippe Coutinho, I think with Lionel Messi staying back at the club, it just has to mean one thing. Ronald Koeman needs to be on his A game. I've been saying this 10 times at Barcelona, that Lionel Messi should not leave Barcelona. I did not even see Lionel Messi leaving Barcelona due to the fact that 1, Messi plays on the right wing, 2, Messi needs quality players, and 3, he has quality players. He has quality backup in Antoine Griezmann, in Philippe Coutinho, and 4, these other players play in different positions to Lionel Messi. So no one is saying that they cannot play Antoine Griezmann, Philippe Coutinho, Lionel Messi, and let's say Luis Suarez because he's the number 9 right now for the Blaugrana. So these 4 players, they can't play together. They can't be the starting. They can't be in the starting 11. They can't be the starting attacking quadrant for Barcelona, and they can work magic. They can wreak havoc over the opponents out there in La Liga, in the Champions League, in the Copa del Rey, and or whatever the amount of. Okay, these are the 3 competitions they're going to play next season. So with these guys, I do not see it as any disadvantage or as any bad thing for Messi, Coutinho, Griezmann, and Suarez up front playing together. You put Griezmann in his favorite position behind the number 9. You put Coutinho on the left flank. Put Lionel Messi on the right flank. Suarez is the number 9, or whoever they get, if they actually are going to let Suarez leave, because Barcelona is unstable. They could say they want to do something tomorrow, then they'll change their mind the next day. So if Suarez is the one who remains up front, I think that it's all in the hands of Ronald Koeman to make sure that he brings the best out of them, make sure that he brings that synergy between 3 world-class players. Like, why can't 3 world-class players play together? Why can't the 3 of them work together? And they don't even play in the same position. So Griezmann behind the striker, Messi on the right, Coutinho on the left. I think that Barcelona are going to work wonders next season, and that this should actually be a plus that Messi is going to stay. Let's now get a balance with all these players, and if they can get that balance with whoever is playing the number 9 role, I think that Barcelona will find a saving out. But everything is now in the hands of Messi, Coutinho, Griezmann, and most importantly, Ronald Koeman.
Yes, indeed. That's the first talking point for the afternoon. What happens to Coutinho, Philippe Coutinho, and what would happen to Antoine Griezmann? There are speculations here and there that these 2 players don't make things happen, or cannot make things happen with Messi in the team. Only on Friday, Lionel Messi waved a white flag and he made a U-turn, and tomorrow Lionel Messi will train for the very first time under the new boss, of course, Ronald Koeman. His other teammates have trained for about a week under the new coach. Lionel Messi will join the rest of the fray on Monday. Let's take your calls this afternoon as we look at the Barcelona situation. We're looking at it very, very closely. Lionel Messi and indeed Philippe Coutinho, not forgetting Antoine Griezmann. What do you think would happen to those 2 players? Is it even possible that Lionel Messi was the one affecting their play?
Well, maybe indirectly, but I don't think so.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon to you. Hello. Sports Radio 88.9 Real FM is still the station. 0700 0000889. What happens to Coutinho and Antoine Griezmann now that Lionel Messi is still a Barcelona player? He's set for training, first training session. Before now, there was even talk that Ronald Koeman was planning to make Antoine Griezmann the focus, the center of his play. Tosin Adesina is also joining us this afternoon. We're looking at the first talking point of the afternoon. What happens to Lionel Messi? What happens to Coutinho and Griezmann at this point in time? Let's see if we can take this call. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
You guys, I just want to contribute to this.
What about your name? What's your name?
My name is Ajibola.
Ajibola, okay, contribute.
Yes. You guys are mentioning Coutinho, and you guys know who mentioned what of Dembele, so did he shine?
Well, our focus now is Coutinho and Griezmann. Talk about Coutinho and Griezmann. Okay, let's take a... You say what?
I say for me, our advice is to leave Barcelona.
Okay. Okay, thank you very, very much. Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, I beg your pardon. Good afternoon.
Okay. I want to go into the...
What is your name? What is your name?
I'm David from Asaba.
David, just your name. Contribute. What do you think would happen to Griezmann and Coutinho?
The thing with Barcelona now is that Barcelona, they play players out of position. And Felipe Coutinho in Liverpool plays as number 10 or as an attacking midfielder. Then Antoine Griezmann in Atletico de Madrid, he plays as number 8. He plays behind the striker. But now he went to Barcelona. They played him as a flank. The same thing with Felipe Coutinho. That is why they couldn't perform.
So what happens? What happens now? Can they play with Messi very well, the two of them?
Yes, they can play if they play them in their position. I think Felipe Coutinho should play in a pivot. Then Antoine Griezmann should play behind the line. Then if they should start Ansu Fati, they should look for that is Milan Pjanic or Felipe Coutinho. You should be coming from the bench. So that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you.
They want them to perform well.
Thank you very much. We're looking at Antoine Griezmann, and indeed we're looking at Felipe Coutinho. Can the Barcelona 4-3-3 system accommodate these two players and Lionel Messi? Look at it very, very
even if they don't play 4-3-3, they could play 4-2-3-1. And a 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3, they are kind
Barcelona, they are rigid. They play 4-3-3.
They are kind of, they can adapt. It's life. It's life. Either you adapt or you perish. You either evolve or you get swept away by the time. So playing a 4-2-3-1, it's
where will Messi play in 4-2-3-1?
He play in the 7. Griezmann is the one who plays behind the striker.
Messi functions in a 4-3-3.
Then it's up left to Ronald Koeman to find a balance, because if they are going to play a classic 4-3-3, I don't think that Antoine Griezmann should be in the team.
All these years you've known Barcelona.
I think they can play.
What have they been playing?
No, they can play.
So suddenly change now.
It's possible. It's possible. It's not something that's difficult or impossible. A 4-3-3 and a 4-2-3-1. It's just left for Griezmann to drop in, and it's something that can be done. It's just similar formations. Not like it's
Griezmann came from its system. They were playing 4-4-2.
Yeah.
Coutinho came from a system. They were playing 4-3-3. The two of them cannot manage to play it.
I think all of them can manage to play, but the thing is that Griezmann is not a .9. So if you're going to play a classic 4-3-3, then Griezmann becomes a central midfielder or an attacking midfielder. But
let's hear from Tosin. What happens to Antoine Griezmann and Felipe Coutinho? Messi is not going. At least for the foreseeable future.
If I were Ronald Koeman, the best thing I'd do is find a way to fit them inside that 4-3-3, because that is the formation he plays as well. He plays a 4-3-3. We saw him as the coach of the Dutch national team. That was the formation he played. And
where will Messi play? He will play his normal position.
Messi will play. I think the best thing now is, now that Luis Suarez is gone, I don't understand why they're trying to go out and get another striker. Let Messi play as a false 9. Coutinho plays on the left side of the central midfield.
Messi doesn't like that false 9 position.
That was where he thrived for many years, and the truth is, when you look at Griezmann and Ousmane Dembele.
When you say thrive for many years, what do you mean?
He thrived under Pep Guardiola, playing as a false 9.
At that time, they did not have a number 9.
Yes, they didn't have it. That's why I said he thrived in that space, to the extent that he, as a false 9, was an experiment that started in 2009 in that Clasico against Real Madrid, where they won 6-2. And since after that Clasico, it worked perfectly. Pep Guardiola did it. Tito Villanova did it. To an extent, Tata Martino tried it as well, before Luis Suarez came and then became the clear number 9, and then Messi moved out to the right and began to drop into that space in between the attack and the midfield. I think if they go back to that particular formation, because the way Koeman set up the Dutch national team, that's what I'm using as an inference now, where he sometimes played Ryan Babel on the right, who was a pure striker, and played him on the right, and played Quincy Promes on the left, and then played Memphis Depay as the false 9. Is the reason why I'm saying, now that you have these 3 players, play Messi as a false 9, plays Griezmann on the right, Dembele on the left, since he likes to use his speed stars, and of course play Coutinho as a left central midfielder, which is something that Coutinho has done before at Liverpool. The only issue that might now happen is that Coutinho as a left central midfielder will drift into the number 10 space, and that's where Messi has to drop into, playing as a false 9 as well, dropping to that 9.5 and 10 space. And
that's still a 4-2-3-1.
And to an extent. So I think for me, as far as I'm concerned, that is the only way. You have to look for a way that it works tactically, and maybe in terms of positional play structure, and in terms of moving the pieces around like a chessboard. I think the best thing is just to make sure that Coutinho, because I think they can play together. But the question now is, what does Koeman do to make sure they play together? Which is, in all ways, play Messi as a false nine.
0700000889. Those are the numbers this afternoon if you want to be a part of Football Live. How does I greet you. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
What's your name?
My name is Osonu. Guys, good afternoon, it's you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Depends how coach organize their player, Coutinho, Messi, and the Griezmann. Because the hand you give them, that's the hand they will follow. You understand? I believe two of them can work together if they want to play football. Because I'm a Barcelona fan. What is happening there, I don't like it. I want me to sign more players. You understand? So that is it. Depend the coach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. How can Koeman devise a system that would accommodate Lionel Messi, Philippe Coutinho, and Antoine Griezmann? A functional system. Do you know? If you know, please call us up. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Well done. Sorry, my name is Felix. I also contribute on the...
Okay, go on.
I think Barcelona cannot play Messi as a first striker. As a playmaker, if he has a team worker, he can play as a first striker. So I think Coutinho and Griezmann have to work it out. All right, thank you.
Okay. Of course, how can they do it? How can they do it in such a way that Messi, Coutinho, and Griezmann can play in the same front three? That's the question. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Anthony. My name is Amechi.
Amechi.
Yeah, we're talking about Barcelona, Coutinho, and Messi.
Yes.
I think Coutinho should play as an out-and-out striker. Yes. He should move to that central forward position, while Messi should maintain his normal position. And Griezmann should come from the left. Yes. I think it will be good.
Okay.
Coutinho should take the forward.
What you are doing this morning, this afternoon, you are playing the role of Barcelona coach. Ronald Koeman will see Messi, will train Messi as from tomorrow. Messi on Friday made a U-turn. He's staying behind. He's not leaving anymore. He doesn't want to go to court. He would not force it. But how does Griezmann, Messi, and Coutinho, they've not been able to play well together? What will Koeman do to solve this problem? We're live on Facebook. Peter Maye says, good afternoon, Anthony. He says, he goes on and on. Okay. Peter Maye, he greets Josh, and he says, Josh, well done as well. I have Tonyayo, says, nice one. He says he's watching us up from Germany. You can also watch us from your home or indeed at your place of work. Just hit the World Wide Web, www.brilla.net. Also, you can watch us on Facebook, our fan page address, like our fan page, watch us live. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM, and then definitely you can call us via our traditional phone numbers 0700000889. It's all about Lionel Messi. It's all about Barcelona and indeed Ronald Koeman. If you were Ronald Koeman, hello, what would you do to accommodate these three players? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Damilola. I'm calling from Aja.
Damilola, just your name. No need for location anymore. We're global now.
Yeah. Concerning Messi, Coutinho, and Antoine Griezmann, I believe being the coach already said it that he is not going to focus his play on Lionel Messi. So that gives a very good sign because they will have the time to work with the other players to put them in a position where they will play perfectly. Understand? And you guys are even talking about other players. You left out Ousmane Dembele, which who can work, who can
Ousmane Dembele, if not for fitness issues, he's not struggling like Coutinho. Coutinho has actually struggled. Did they send Ousmane Dembele out on loan? No. Antoine Griezmann, who was playing in Spain, was star player for Atletico Madrid, is struggling.
Yeah, but those ones are struggling to fit into the team. Immediately Dembele was introduced into that team. He fits in perfectly.
No, we're not talking about Dembele. Dembele is not a
yes.
It's not
What I'm trying to say, just understand me. What I'm trying to say is Messi should for now be left out of the team, and Coleman should work on the other players for them to be able to work without Messi in that team. I believe he will get a very good result doing that.
Okay, Eric Cyril is here. He says, I can't believe Coutinho still wants to go to Barcelona. It's obvious that he and Barcelona are a romance that is not meant to be. Griezmann looks like he will rot on the bench because Barcelona are in the market for forwards. It's such a pity. Barca's decision to force Messi to stay makes no sense. An unhappy Lionel Messi sounds like a trouble. It is doom for FC Barcelona. Morgan Bob Freeman says that they should focus on their game and leave Messi alone. Ibrahim Olawale is also here. Says, for me, Barcelona should loan Coutinho out. He should go out again and play Griezmann on the left wing, Messi at the center of the midfield. Okay, let's go to Victor Ikechukwu of Fomba, who says, for me, it is left for the coach to bring the best out of all three of them. I have Sonny Daniel says that they would adapt as soon as Suarez leaves. In that position, that number 9 position, Barcelona has played Zlatan. Barcelona played Eto'o. Barcelona played Suarez. Before Suarez, there was David Villa. They also played Pedro at some point. David Villa lasted. Eto'o lasted. Zlatan did not last much. Suarez, of course, lasted. These players were able to adapt as soon as they arrived Barcelona.
Yes, you know, the reason why they were able to adapt is because Messi is a player that takes a lot of space when he's on the ball. I mean, drops into the in between the lines, tries, looks for space to play football. A little bit like Thomas Muller. In fact, is the regen Thomas Muller. He's way better than Thomas Muller in terms of space investigation. Messi looks for space, drops deep, picks up the ball, has a go at defenders, and tries to dictate the play. And that is the reason why I think the false 9 position is actually suited to him, a little bit like Roberto Firmino. And you look at the manager as well, Ronald Koeman. It's something that he's done before.
Why can't Antoine Griezmann adapt?
The thing is, Griezmann cannot play as a false 9. He's failed as a false 9. It's something that Simeone experimented with, Didier Deschamps experimented with it, and it didn't work. Griezmann is a player that has played in a small man, big man combination for a long time, and that's how he's been able to thrive. Even at Real Sociedad, when he was coming up, he had to play when he played on the right as a right winger. He was playing off, a big man, the likes of Emmanuel Aguirre as well at Real Sociedad. So Jonathan as well. So it's not something new to Antoine Griezmann. He can adapt to the scenario. The problem is how to make he and Lionel Messi play together, and the way they can play together is if you exploit Griezmann's speed. He's better off playing with a striker who can drop deep and good at taking on second balls and going in behind defenses. That's what Griezmann is good at. Griezmann is not good when it comes to taking teams on. Most of his goals come from running in behind, getting the ball in behind, and that is where he's most effective. Griezmann will thrive in a club like Liverpool, where the aim is to get the wingers in behind the defense, and the number 9 drops deep and orchestrates play. And if you're playing in a team where the ball is constantly in motion, you're moving, you're probing, Griezmann cannot thrive in that system. And I think Ronald Koeman's appointment to an extent kind of solves that problem. And since the 3 players are going to be at the club right now, and he's not Koeman is not really a juego de posición coach just like Pep Guardiola, but he plays something close to that, where there's organizational pattern play for Football Club Barcelona. I think that it will work. Messi plays as a false 9. He's the only one that has the license to move in between spaces, and you look at the fact that more than 2 players cannot be in the juego de posición, more than 2 players cannot be in the same space on the field at the same time. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Let's, of course, also intimidate you with some key dates in Messi's schedule for the season. Messi, other things being equal, tomorrow, September 7, will train for the first time since going on strike. For the first time since announcing he was leaving, and for the first time since announcing that he was going to stay. September 7 is the date he would train for the first time under Ronald Koeman. September 26, Messi is expected that weekend to wear the colors of Barcelona in a competitive match. January 4 to February 1, those that follow Barcelona will be praying because by that time, Messi, if they have not managed to tell him to extend, Messi will be able to talk freely with Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea, Juventus, Inter Milan. That's from January 4 to February 1 when the winter transfer window opens. From March 15 to April 4, Barcelona will be looking for a new president. That could also be crucial as to whether or not Messi would stay or go. If nothing happens, June 30, Messi would leave Barcelona as a free agent. That is, those are the dates. Those that love Barcelona, those that run things at Barcelona, those are the dates they are looking at. In fact, they are looking closely at the January dates and the June dates. If Messi does not extend, whatever buyout clause they put on that contract, whatever has been said, Messi will go. Except maybe he's not the same again. Maybe he sustains a very nasty injury and then club sides don't want to touch him. If Messi goes into this season, this new season, and Messi is hot, maybe just as hot as he was last season, not the hottest Messi. Man City, they'll be monitoring with the PSG will be monitoring and they'll be clapping their hands. Lionel Messi has decided to stay and will train tomorrow. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, bro. This is Wale.
Wale, let's hear you, Wale.
Number one, I can categorically say that Messi is not going anywhere in Barcelona. Number one, he's already in Barcelona.
You are saying that at some point he will sign an extension. They will put paper on the table.
Yes. Okay. Messi forced all these things, all the name of that president. Because 4 years that man has already, in fact, pressurized Messi. Number one. Number two, Barcelona philosophy about football. Barcelona don't use personal striker. Anybody at the front line, which is the three men at the front line, the likes of Neymar, Messi, Eto'o, before they get Suarez. If you discover, before they get Suarez, the Barcelona have the Vivia. It did not work well. They have Zlatan Ibrahimovic. It did not work well. Those are standing now. But when they get Suarez can work from left, now from right, or from the center, which is Neymar can work from left or right or center. Barcelona philosophy, they hardly use central nine. Their game, sometimes they play 4-3-3, but most of the time, they play opponent according to the opponent's pattern, which is sometimes they play 4-1-4-1, sometimes 4-3-3. But in the likes of Guardiola, Rashford, Henrique, they play this pattern. But since when Velvet come inside, everything about Barcelona philosophy goes down. By then, that was when they start to play defensive game. And as soon as they start playing defensive game, Messi keep complaining about the front line, which the president knows what the guy was talking about. And then check out all the players that Barcelona buy, right from Velvet era. You saw one, what was this guy from Brazil? You saw this. They went and buy a Provida 30-30. Then they sell Frank this Autogreni for Pjanic, which is 23-30. You get Malcolm. Malcolm was in the bench. You get Dembele. Dembele was in the bench. Barcelona play Roman. Malcolm, Dembele, they are in the bench. While Velvet was looking at the scoreboard, 86 minutes, we're now calling Dembele to come and play. To come and do what? Time has gone already. Now, against Liverpool, the same thing first leg. Many people are saying Dembele should have convert what? Put normal player at the front line. They are just make sure they want to frustrate Messi. I think what Messi was talking about, which mostly Barcelona knew what this guy was talking about. This guy was talking about bringing players that have mobility, that can move from left to right.
Not the player that when you get, there are some players when you give them ball, that is where they start to think what they want to do with that ball. And there are some, before that ball gets to them, they know what they want to do. Those are players Barcelona need. Griezmann and Braithwaite, those ones, they don't have the Barcelona gene. And Coutinho can play Barcelona. Coutinho can play from the midfield, which is the supply part. If you watch Coutinho from Liverpool, Liverpool, Sadio Firmino, they work sometimes, as they work at the midfield, move down to left, move down to right. Barcelona don't have permanent player that you say you. If you watch this with Dembele don't play just one pattern. He plays right from left, from right. So those are the players that can work in Barcelona. If you are expecting Barcelona to play front line, you cannot get Barcelona player that work as a permanent nine. That's it, my brother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Let's give you some transfer gist as we prepare to hit our next talking point. There's been plenty of talk, and finally the news has broke. Newcastle, we're told, have had a £20 million offer accepted from Bournemouth. Bournemouth, remember, were relegated last season. Callum Wilson does not want to play in the Championship, and he's chosen Newcastle over Aston Villa. Aston Villa has now withdrawn from the race. The player says he doesn't want to play for the Villains. He wants to play for the Magpies. Talking about Callum Wilson. Elsewhere in the news, Manchester United, were told, will not sign Dayot Upamecano this summer. They want to sign him next year when he will be cheaper. Next year, of course, a £38 million release clause becomes active. That will be June 2021. So if you are a fan of Manchester United and you are hoping that Maguire and Upamecano may be playing next weekend or maybe in the foreseeable future when the Premier League starts, it's not going to happen because they are looking at him and they want to get him cheaper. Liverpool has told Barcelona that it will cost them 15 million pounds to land Georginio Wijnaldum. We understand that the agent of Georginio Wijnaldum has already spoken to those at Barcelona, and a deal is set to happen. German newspaper Bild is reporting that Thiago Alcantara has said goodbye to his teammates at Bayern Munich. He's preparing to leave the club, the treble winners, and they say his destination is Anfield. So when Georginio Wijnaldum eventually joins his boss, national team boss, or former national team boss at Barcelona, it will be Thiago Alcantara who will be going in the direction of Liverpool. The agent of Gini Wijnaldum has, of course, they say it's close, very close to an agreement with Barcelona. Liverpool say 15 million pounds. FJ, 15 million pounds. Georginio Wijnaldum. Does Thiago, will he represent an upgrade?
Thiago is definitely an upgrade. Is no doubt an upgrade on Gini Wijnaldum.
They are age mates. They are 29.
Yes, but you know,
this one, Georginio Wijnaldum does not score. He does not assist. I don't know the kind of player winning view.
He's
a workaholic.
Yes, he's one of the most
very crucial to the way Liverpool press.
Yes, he presses very well.
He's in the second press. After the first press, Georginio Wijnaldum leads the second press.
Yes, and he's also good on the ball as well.
Good passer.
He's a good passer on the ball. He can carry the ball very well. He's also skillful, especially in difficult scenarios.
So it will be useful for Barcelona if they start that or they restart their philosophy of winning the ball back after every 5 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
The energy of Georginio Wijnaldum
will be very important.
Since Busquets has slowed down a little.
Busquets has not slowed down. I think he has been ground to a halt. It's no longer the Sergi Busquets of 2010, 2012. The sinister Sergi Busquets we knew. I think Busquets has been on a gradual decline since Xavi left Barcelona in 2015, and then when Iniesta left, I think he just didn't feel that energy. He didn't feel the need to play consistently like he did when both of them were there. Even in the Spanish national team, the goal that Timo Werner scored
he didn't press.
Yes, he didn't press. He was just standing aloof. Gini Wijnaldum will be a very huge signing for Football Club Barcelona. I think if they get him...
Okay, you've looked at at the talent of Thiago Alcantara in terms of passing the ball, in terms of technique, but he doesn't press, or he doesn't press well.
Thiago is not a presser. He's a Rolls Royce midfielder.
So you are taking somebody that is known for pressing the ball, because Liverpool feed off the mistakes of their opponents because they press, non-stop.
Radio Zanko, the thing is, I think it's time for Liverpool to chart a new course tactically. It's been 4 years of... 5 years.
Why change it when it's working? Why change it?
No, it's been 5 years of gegen pressing.
Why change it?
No, not... The thing is, it gets to a stage in the player's mind. I told the topmost striker, both of us had that discourse yesterday about the fact that Liverpool could actually get to a state of mental and tactical fatigue. Pep Guardiola realized that with Football Club Barcelona, and that was why he left after the 4th year. In fact, he felt probably that he made a mistake staying that long.
I need to understand why you would change it all of a sudden when it's still working.
Yes, because, for instance, I want to differ by saying it's still working.
It's not working again.
Against Arsenal, you saw a good example that against Arsenal, the press was non-existent. I mean,
the press was there against Arsenal, but the finishing was not there. They pressed Arsenal.
Okay, let's look at an instance. I give an instance. You look at the way Arsenal beat the press for that Aubameyang goal. The transition, the ball goes from Emi Martinez once again, starts, goes right, and then they progress. If that was Liverpool of 2017, 2018,
close them down.
That ball wasn't getting to that point. But the ball somewhat went that far.
It's still early days. Players are just coming out of the holiday. Some of them just coming out of.
Radio Zanko, we said it when the restart came. We said, then maybe because they're just getting full fitness back. That's why. And we saw that after the restart, Liverpool actually made a lot of mistakes.
They played with some level of lethargy.
Yes, so I think for Jurgen Klopp and Pep Linders in the backroom stuff, they're looking at let's have an alternative.
You just don't want them to score Liverpool again. Liverpool will concede.
No, Liverpool has to concede goals. But the thing is,
do you know if it was a function of Liverpool converting chances and Arsenal converting their chances, Liverpool would have outscored Arsenal in that game. But what happened to Mane?
But Radio Zanko, the thing is, Liverpool didn't outscore Arsenal. So I mean, we have to be honest.
It was not down to Arsenal's defending; it was down to the Liverpool finishing.
I think we have to give credit to Arsenal's goalkeeping as well. We have to give credit to Arsenal's goalkeeping as well. But I just feel that, it gets to a time where Liverpool cannot break down deep blocks. Teams that sit back, defend.
If those chances that fell to Mane fell to Aubameyang, would he have scored?
Yes.
So it's down to finishing.
The thing is, okay, for instance, look at the chance Aubameyang had. If it had fell to Salah at that particular point.
Where the first goal?
Yes, the first goal. If it had fell to Salah, would Salah have scored at that point?
He probably would not have scored because Aubameyang scored with his right. He came inside and then scored with the right. Salah normally would not have been in that position. That would have been Mane.
Mane in that position, exactly.
Mane would have been able to, but Mane was not when he's finishing. He didn't come with his scoring boots that day. He had 2 one-on-ones.
And the same as Minamino as well. And Minamino scored his own one.
So it was down to Mane's concentration and Mane's inability to convert chances that day. In one game you have 2 one-on-ones and you flop your lines.
It's not a new thing for Liverpool. I think for Liverpool fans, most of us already know that Mane and Salah are not. Yes, they score 20 plus goals every season, but they waste a lot of chances. Liverpool are a club who don't take the chances at a premium. Before Salah scores 1, he's missed 4 chances. So
Salah did not even play in that match. I didn't see him.
Exactly.
It was a penalty. The only thing I saw him do was score a penalty.
Exactly. So you see
a penalty in the shootout.
In the shootout, Ainsley Maitland-Niles had Salah on lock for 90 minutes. Salah did not show up. I mean, when Maitland-Niles got him, I'm pretty sure till now he's still emptying Salah from his pocket. He has Salah somewhere because it's quite obvious, and I think that's the reason why they're looking at it and saying, it seems like this press, yes, it's still working, but we need an alternative. They've got a lot of presses in that team. Keita still presses. Jordan Henderson still presses. But it doesn't hurt if you have a Thiago who then will help the youngsters coming through, the likes of Mirko Grujic, who's back on loan from Hertha Berlin. And then you go into the academy and players like Curtis Jones. they need Liverpool need a Rolls-Royce midfielder when things are going bad. There's the belief that against Atletico Madrid, if someone like Thiago was on the field of play, maybe the game would have ended in 90 minutes. Because, we've seen wasteful, terrible finishing be the undoing of Liverpool this season. That game against Atletico Madrid was a good example as well, where they had a lot of opportunities to see out the game in 90, didn't see out the game out to go to extra time. So, I think that's the thinking. They're looking at it and saying, maybe we need another midfielder. And it's not bad to go and get Thiago. Let's look at the old Bayern team. Everyone is bulked up in Bayern now. I don't know what they're eating there. I don't know what they're giving them. But the players are bulked up. The strength is there. Thiago has that resistance. And, I think he can do the job perfectly. They're probably looking to release Salah and Mane earlier and then kind of relieve a little bit of the creative burden of Roberto Firmino, who has been going missing in a lot of games.
This is still your frequency of champions, Sports Radio 88.9 Bila FM. On to our next talking point, and we're going to this one. It's all about mentality. Of course, just the other day, Alexis Alejandro Sanchez, that's his full name, the Chilean. He came out and he was, for many, he was controversial. For many, he was explosive. He came out on social media and then he was speaking Spanish. Some say maybe the Spanish got lost in translation. But let's take one part. That one did not get lost in translation. On the first day of training under Jose Mourinho at Manchester United, Sanchez said, Nami this. What am I doing here? I've made a mistake. He contemplated tearing his Manchester United contract. He contemplated returning to Arsenal, where everything for him was losing. That was after he had played the piano very, very well. One man is here. One man who played for Arsenal, Ray Parlour, has come out to slam Alexis Sanchez. And he's called Alexis Sanchez a man who is mentally weak. He has weak mental standards. The words of Ray Parlour. These words may be harsh. That's what I want to find out from you. If indeed you think that was the reality. You signed for Manchester United. You are the highest earning player in the whole of the Premier League. And then on your first day of training, was it that the training was too hard? Was it that the training was too simple? You suddenly thought about cancelling your contract and returning to Arsenal. Obviously, he was enjoying something at Arsenal. He wanted to step up. And that was why he rejected Man City to join Man U. But Alexis Sanchez, just some few days ago, live, he was saying it. He confessed that he nearly tore his contract, called his agent, blah, 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 blah. And that confession has now been slammed and even supported by many. We're taking our cue from Ray Parlour, who says, this man is mentally weak. Tosi, what does it mean to be mentally weak? Is this it?
You see that comment and you laugh. The first question you ask is, Ray Parlour. Who's Ray Parlour? I mean, this guy's an Arsenal legend. Someone who I don't think he's recalled from the dribble that Okocha gave.
No, leave Ray Parlour alone. Talk about the mental weakness.
Why is he talking about? I think he's damning for a man who served Arsenal so well. Sanchez is the last.
No. Sanchez arrived. Or did you not follow his session?
No, I saw
he interpreted it.
Yes.
On the first day of training, after I say is that mental weakness? And obviously, if that was what happened on the first day of training, Sanchez never recovered.
Yes. I think it's about mental fatigue. I think he just.
That's what Ray Parlour. You want to stroke Ray Parlour now?
No, I think there's a difference between weakness and fatigue. I think Sanchez got to United and he just became
on the first day of training.
There's some environments you get to, Radio's Anchor, and you're just mentally fatigued. Like you just get there and everywhere just you feel like there's an air of doom, there's an air of there's a air of gloom right there, there's an air of gloominess. Everyone's just not feeling, it just doesn't feel right. And I think that was the challenge with Sanchez. It just didn't feel right. I think he just got there and then he realized maybe I shouldn't have gone for the money. I think that's the problem. Because
What could have happened on that day of training? What could have happened?
maybe just that was around the time when Jose Mourinho and Paul Pogba had already begun their ignominious relationship. I think things had begun to descend to a low. Things had begun to go sore at that point, and maybe he just got there, saw something that, I mean, mental strength varies from human to human, and
Or it could be that when he got there, he realized immediately after training that he was no longer the star man he thought he was. At Arsenal, Alexis Sanchez was the star man. He was the go-to guy. He was the god. Alexis Sanchez had two pet dogs, Atom and Humba. They had stands inside the Emirates Stadium. Are you aware?
yes, but Regis Uncle, I mean, this is a guy.
Then you're coming to Man U. They not send you. They not send even your dog. Come and play football. After first training, maybe Alexis Sanchez, they were not passing the ball to him like they ordinarily would have passed the ball to him at Arsenal. And then he did not have that functionality. He was functional at Arsenal.
Yes.
They did everything for him. Since he left now, are you telling me that no Arsenal player has a pet?
But Regis,
He had two pet dogs. They had stands, Atom and Humba. They had stands in the stadium.
Regis Uncle, to be honest.
So he can't go Man U. They can't say this is Old Trafford though. Whatever you must have experienced at the Emirates, now Man U you do. Standards here are high. And he couldn't cope.
I want to believe a man who led Chile to their first title in 99
But he
years.
didn't talk he's here, but he admitted that he wanted to leave on the first day of training.
I feel the environment at Old Trafford was not just good for him. The environment at Carrington, maybe there was the whole atmosphere was poignant. I think that's the reason why he just didn't get into
Are you
it.
saying that Old Trafford is frustrating?
For some players, it could take a mental toll on you when you get there. I mean, he's not the first player to experience that at Old Trafford. Eric Mkhitaryan too, the man he went in a straight swap with. Mkhitaryan didn't even thrive at Arsenal either. The move didn't end well for both of them, and it perhaps tells you the tale of what goes on. Romelu Lukaku's mental toll took a while, but he wanted out of the club. If you look at the team where players want out of the club, they just want to leave.
So are you saying that, like Alexis now, your first day, your new job, you get to the office, your first day in the office, you'd immediately know, because that's what he admitted, that from that day he knew he was not going to make it. He was not going to do well at Manchester United. What kind of a mentality is that? Is that a weak mentality? That's what I want to understand.
No, it isn't. It isn't. You can't say it's because, there's one thing about, you look at the fact that he gets there and just feels like, okay, it seems like I'm not wanted here. I think that's, it also alludes to what you said, that, you can't compare what he was at Arsenal to what he became at Manchester United. This is a dressing room that has Pogba, De Gea, there's got Romelu Lukaku, has got big players. He's got Victor Lindelof, players who, and you look at those players, you look at David De Gea, you look at, the dressing room that Zlatan Ibrahimovic just left. You're in that dressing room and it just doesn't feel right.
Okay.
You're a top dog at Arsenal. I mean, he was the alpha at Arsenal, and then he was the head of the pack, and then he gets to Man United. He's not even in the alpha pack. He's probably somewhere in the beta pack, and he's not even. You're rolling with the likes of Jay Lings. I mean, Richard's uncle.
Okay, and let's open the phone lines once again. Alexis Sanchez had, of course, he admitted a few days ago that after his first training session, he came home, spoke to his family, and called up his agents. Can I cancel my contract? I don't think I can fit in here. I can't fit in here. And the agent told him, no, you can't. You signed, you don't sign. Just try.
You play the piano.
Just try. Just try. Just try. Of course, the man reflecting on his time as a player of Manchester United via a live session on Instagram made this confession. Is he mentally weak? Is this mental weakness from Alexis? Hello.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Razak.
Razak, I have Tosin here.
Josh?
Tosin. Josh is also around the corner, but Tosin is here right now.
Okay, yeah. Tosin, good afternoon.
We're looking very closely at Alexis. He has reflected on how he joined Manchester United and how he almost left. He wanted to leave after just one training session. What could have happened to him? Mental weakness?
I think first thing, what Yabano said was absolute truth. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe if Alexander has touch. Do you remember when he was in Man? This same Alexander said he never regret to leave Arsenal when he was in Man U. So then Anthony, honestly, and Tosin, I don't know. I don't really this is analysis because nobody knows what happened that very big. Nobody knows what happened. So it's only Alexander can say, okay, this is what I see. This is, do you understand me? You are jumping into conclusion that maybe sorry, there's a big boys there. Tell me, who are the big boys? If only where we can only talk about Pogba. After Pogba, who are the big? Are they bigger than us now? Who are the big boys there? Are they after the Atlantic Azula, they have Messi to Z?
Let me ask you a question. Wait, be patient.
And I don't know how you are not speaking like it's true, at least you are just ridiculous now, honestly. I don't know where you are coming from because you don't even know what the guys for that very day.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question, but I'm
is that after no matter wait, the question is simple. What did they slap him during training? After training, the man confessed that this thing they are not going to play here after his first day in training.
And he's an Arsenal player that is even saying it.
He said want to go back to Arsenal. What could have happened to him? What did they do him? They didn't do anything to him. See, Alexis, they didn't do anything to him. He simply just did not fit in. That was what he said.
Yes, okay, Anthony, let me tell you something. The very first day when I had Alexander said he's going, I was then, Mourinho was the coach then. I was telling my friend that if this guy go to Man, he won't play anything because Mourinho does not play attacking football.
Wait first, let me also, you said they are ridiculing Arsenal. Let me come back to Arsenal. When he was playing for Arsenal, Alexis has two dogs, Atom and Humber. They put the dog feature for stadium. Where Arsenal, they put all their medals.
They had executive box.
They put the dog this thing there. They didn't do that. No, who does that? Who does that? Now who they do that thing for world football? Do Real Madrid do it? You said they are ridiculing Arsenal.
No.
So why Inter Milan not putting dog for inside San Siro? No, he's the best player ever at Arsenal. He's better than Thierry Henry. Yes. Thierry Henry is starting outside the stadium.
No, what I'm saying was then.
Leave story for storyteller.
I'm saying then. Adesanya was the best player then.
Why they never put Obama picture inside the stadium? Now you know they play well.
And maybe you should do best now. Let's do the best of it now. You need to do more.
Which more? Which more you want to do again? The other players will not do it.
No, you just started winning trophies this season.
What did Sanchez win? What did Sanchez win for Arsenal? What did Sanchez win for Arsenal?
Okay, when Alexander was not, Arsenal was playing Champions League football.
And collecting 5-1.
Arsenal are winning trophies. Arsenal, I mean, they are winning everything, winning community shield.
Aubameyang has won FA and community shield now.
You can't compare that Alexander's day with Aubameyang. Aubameyang just started winning trophies last year.
Okay.
So, now, let's hope maybe they can also do the same thing for him.
Okay.
So, and don't forget, it's under Ateninga. So, but you saying there's a big player, you are talking about Lindelof. Is a Lindelof big player? I'm sorry. They are players and all this Cazorla, all these players. Then, Man does not have any big player apart from Pogba. So then you are making me look as Pogba afterwards. You actually understand what
I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, only Alexis Sanchez can tell us.
He has told us. What do you want him to tell us again? He has told us now.
Because you yourself don't know what Alexis Sanchez is.
He has told us.
He's not telling you.
Yes, he has told us. He told us on Instagram.
I told you, maybe because of this controversy, I think that's why I like it. For me,
don't tell us. Okay.
But the person, when people see the analyze it, don't go well with
it don't go well, don't worry. It will go well for you. Your blood too dey hot. It will go well with you.
That's very good.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you very, very much. Alexis Sanchez, after, imagine your new office, they just employ you. You can't enter the after he say, man, that's what man you be. That was how Alexis Sanchez felt. Of course, he took time out a few days ago to reflect on his time as a Manchester United player. He did that via Instagram. The 31-year-old claimed that he knew very, very quickly after the first day that he wasn't going to enjoy his time at Old Trafford. And at the end, he hit out at the Manchester United squad. He said one thing was lacking. They lacked unity. They lacked unity. And now a former Arsenal player, Ray Parlour, has questioned the mentality of Alexis Sanchez. Now for where tough, now you know tough men. When the going gets tough, what happens?
Yeah, yes. You have to stand up and be counted.
No, only the tough gets going.
Yes.
When the going gets tough, now let tough people they go. You see where the battle they hot. Now there, the vanguard. If you know sabi fight and you're in the vanguard of the army, you quick die.
Only the brave stand there.
Only the brave. Now brave they do for Achilles. They do for front of the army. Alexis Sanchez. No be here. Arsenal and Man U now be the same. 0700 00889.
Are you trying to infer that Sanchez is Hector?
I don't know. Hector they stay for front. Hector they stay for front of army. Hello, good morning. Good afternoon. I keep saying good morning. Good morning don't master me. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
What's your name?
I'm calling. I'm Leke.
Leke. We're talking about the mentality of Alexis Sanchez. How can you want to quit after the first day?
You see, the problem Sanchez faces in Man U, not out of actually has a negative mentality, but rather because he's the inside and they're not even friendly to him there. Even though when he goes there, they hardly pass through him. If you look at what Sanchez was there, they always was attacking. If you look at what Potter said, Potter was even against him that was paying higher than, they are paying him higher than him, that was chasing them. Most of them even organized it. They even against him there. That was something this guy could do over there. He has tried his best. But they made him to be very young. Like Arsenal. In Arsenal, they made him to be very, very, very reasonable. They made him to be very, very accommodating. They give everything he wants. But over there, the players are not supporting him. So there's nothing he could have done there other than to just actually have negative. Look, if you are working somewhere where they are not loved, there's something.
Oh, it looks like we've lost that call there. Call us back if you can. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Frank.
Frank, be frank with us. Alexis Sanchez.
Yeah.
Do you think he has a weak mentality?
No, I don't think so. Look, enough now. He is the star. But if you check out his history with Chile, he has strong mentality. But the one thing is that in Man U, the players will be giving him attitude. They started giving him attitude. Look at this man; he's coming to earn higher than all of us, and he can sense it. Toba even was envious of his pay packet. So imagine the attitude. He will feel it. If you and you are coming in as a highest earner, the other players, even their body language will tell you that this man, what do you have that you don't have? They might not be even passing the ball to you. They might some passes just to portray you as a bad player. So that is what Alexis felt in the day. But in Arsenal, he was the star man.
He was the star man. Star man.
He was the initiator. And look at his finishing throughout his stay in Arsenal. It's very, very high. So in Man U, there was no way he can be the star player because the grudges were against him.
Okay. Thank you very much, Frank. When Alexis joined Man U, Jose Mourinho was the coach. He did not complain about Jose Mourinho, so definitely it was not about the training. It was what he felt during training from other players of Manchester United, and he admitted that he did not fit in. He just knew that he go hard me for this club side. Alexis Sanchez that year had players like Marcus Rashford as teammates. Anthony Martial was his teammate. Romelu Lukaku was his teammate. Paul Pogba, Scott McTominay, Nemanja Matic, Juan Mata Garcia, Jesse Lingard. Of course, that team had players like Marouane Fellaini, a teammate of Alexis Sanchez. David De Gea was the goalkeeper. They also had Sergio Romero. Eric Bailly was there. Daley Blind was there also. Not forgetting Matteo Damien, Phil Jones, Lindelof. Just name them. Marcus Rojo, Luke Shaw, Chris Smalling. Antonio Valencia was still playing. Ashley Young. These were his teammates. And actually, the man, as him come, highest earner in Man U, highest earner in the Premier League. Maybe some group just say, well, for this place, highest earner, come, you go collect the ball from keeper, go score.
Maybe that could actually play a part.
He said there was no unity.
Because you look at it.
He blasted it. He said there was no unity in the team, and he did not fit in. And you're saying he did not say what happened. He said he did not fit in. He knew that his time at Manchester United would not last long. Maybe Alex says now player with the carry shoulder.
Oh, no, obviously. That's why I said, at Arsenal, it was the alpha.
He can't come there.
The head of the pack.
And if you come where, a pack of wolves have an alpha.
Yes.
Now that alpha, they lead. A lion, a pride of lions, have a lion leading. You can't come where other wolves they, other alpha. You alpha go, you go chill now.
One alpha has to.
So you wanted to be the alpha again for a year. You be the alpha for Banco, but for this field, maybe you die here. Alexis, is that weak mentality? 0700000889. Imagine, Alexis Sanchez. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to
Tosin. His name is Tosin.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Femo.
My name is Obinna.
Obinna, come join this discourse.
Sorry?
Can we question the mentality of Alexis? Do you think that his mentality was weak while at Man U?
100%. It was weak. You will not tell me that somebody who was even celebrated, who was even the loudest ovation in Manchester United, will come out with this. See, I wouldn't want to get it lose out right now with him. Because look at what happened. You will always agree with me that it was equal to Alexis Sanchez's transfer to Manchester United. That Anthony Martial, who was doing very, very well from that right flank, honestly. Anthony Martial at that point in time was firing by all cylinders. But as soon as this man switched allegiance to Manchester United, Anthony Martial wasn't even making playing time. That was eventually what cost him his place in the 2018 World Cup. Because he wasn't making starting lineups anymore. All the time in this one was given to Alexis Sanchez to perform. But he flopped. The same Mourinho really gave him all the chance in this world to flop. He was telling us, he came out to tell us that how Arsenal fans, celebrated him that started making him all these things. What about Cristiano Ronaldo? When he was at Real Madrid, will you ever compare how Ronaldo could have been celebrated at Madrid? That he didn't even regret it, even when he moved to Juventus. He kept firing. He kept doing very, very well. So the bottom line, and as far as I'm concerned, he was totally and mentally weak. Goodness, somebody that was splashed such a cool sum of money, the highest earner in United in the whole of the United Kingdom as of that time. How will you come and blast a club who gave you all those accolades, who gave you everything you have deserved to shine? And flop, if it was the reason of him, maybe he wasn't given enough time, or he was playing out of possession, that caused him all this abysmal performance. I will agree. But like I said now, Anthony Martial had to sacrifice his playing position, even where he was doing very, very well. Not for Alexis before I break my tongue, Alexis Sanchez to perform. But I flopped. Only for him to come out how many years now to start telling us what we don't understand. That is totally a fabricated fallacy. That would just, I don't know, falsehood. And it's a pity. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. Ray Parlour has come out to question the mentality of Alexis Sanchez. How do you want to quit after your first day in training? That is weak mentality. Is Ray Parlour correct? Ray Parlour, in case you do not know, is a former player of Arsenal Football Club.
That's actually what's surprising me. The fact that he's a former Arsenal player that is going on to say, look, you're an Arsenal guy and you get to Man United. Maybe it's pretty intense that he's kind of creating the Arsenal.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, Uncle.
How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm fine. This is Azan on the line. Now, we're talking about Sanchez. Sanchez is somebody who was having a mental issue. Because if you look at Carrington, that is at the Manchester Stadium, where is Sanchez coming from before Arsenal? He was coming from Barcelona. Before Barcelona, he has played in Napoli. So, and when he was in Barcelona, he played the life of Messi, another top player. So when he got to Arsenal, fine, not there at the player because of where he's coming from. But when he got to Man U, first of all, mental can affect him. Maybe because of the set of players he met there. He might feel unwelcomed. Where am I coming from? I'm coming from Arsenal, where I live like a king. Now get to this stadium, now this people didn't even welcome me. So that will have effect on him. And at that point, he felt, okay, maybe he can go back to Arsenal and start playing like a king. But there's no way to come, there's no way to go back to that. So that is what really affected him. Not because it's not because Man U was bigger than Arsenal or anything. If you said Man U was bigger than Arsenal, is Man U also bigger than Camp Nou, where he is coming from? So this is where I want you to look at it from. So what happened to him must be probably because of the set of players he met, the likes of Pogba, the Jay, we immediately they showed that he was not welcome in their midst.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
So that's what I feel affected. That is what I feel affected Sanchez. Is the atmosphere, the player group he met there, the likes of Pogba, who showed Lukaku and Co. Then when he got there was a couple against him. He was not getting the ball. Even on the pitch of play, the first match, you remember he scored in the first match. The jubilation was high within the farm. But how about within the circle? This is what really affected Sanchez. It's not maybe the stadium was bigger or anything, or the atmosphere was different. But the players he met there didn't give him that welcome parole to show that this is a big guy, is coming to join another set of big guys. That is what I...
Okay. We, of course, thank you for your contribution. 0700 0000889. Very shortly, we'll be taking your comments out from Facebook as well. Let's take this call.
Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tolu on the line.
Okay.
Yeah, concerning the issue about the Sanchez thing or so, I expected that before you go into it, you want to know if you'll be able to fit in.
How would you know?
So you don't know.
How would you know?
Yeah?
How would you know if you fit in?
Before you go, you look at the team you are going into. If the pattern of the ball you play suits that motto, then go on. But if you can't see that,
Hello, are you there?
Yeah.
Which club side do you support?
Yeah, I support Manchester United.
So when Alexis was linked to Manchester United, you knew that Alexis will not fit in.
No.
But I want to understand that part, that the player will know that he will not fit in before joining.
Before even having a medical.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, this is Mike.
Mike, let's hear you, Mike.
Thank you very much. With respect to Alexis Sanchez, I think he has a very weak mentality. Very weak mentality. Okay. Coming to Manchester United, you got to prove yourself in the field of play. You got to prove to them that you're the big boy there. But he was very weak. Okay. Let's look at it from this angle. Okay, he has gone to Inter Milan, not so?
Yes.
He has played 29 matches and scored 5 goals. That's very poor. The return is very poor, isn't it? So it has to come to the fact that he has shot very down. The form is very low. He wants to blame somebody, and he's letting his fingers on Manchester United and their players. He has a very weak mentality. He don't want to. He's too weak to accept responsibility. He wants to be worshipped just the way he was worshipped at Arsenal. And Man U is bigger than this now. So he's a very weak mentally as a person. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to social media. Let's take some of your comments on this matter. Ray Paulo questioning the mentality of Alexis Sanchez, calling him mentally weak after Alexis revealed that after just one day of training, he almost ran away. If it was possible, he would have run away. The agent just reminded him, yes, sir, you don't sign. No, you don't sign. Even if he cancelled the contract, he would have cancelled the contract. That would have been, I don't know, incredible. But it didn't happen. And after 2 seasons, Alexis is now a player of Inter Milan. Vincent is here. Omakete says total support of Ray Paulo. Sanchez, okay. You're using some words I don't want to use on air now. You say he has a weak mentality. Gabriel Anthony says Sanchez has every right to be angry, but he left. Okay, he said he was shackled. He left bondage, blah, 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 blah. Weak mentality. We're looking at weak mentality. Do you think he has a weak mentality? Following his revelation, following his confession. Ilori Olajide says he was bought as an attacker and they started training him as a defender, and you want him to be mentally okay for that. He says, okay, thank you very much. We're talking about the first day. Ray Paulo has not even looked at Alexis Sanchez's career as a Manchester United player. Why do you give up? Why are you giving up so easily? He says that it's a sign of mentality, weak mentality. And let's go to Ayola. Says, how can a player say he wanted to leave a club after the first day in training? He could have just decided to work harder. Weak mentality. Abu Ogiri says Sanchez's heart was already at Man City before he was forced to sign for United. How do you know that? I have this one coming from Michael Ezenwa. Says a striker. He goes on and on and on. Let's go to Chibuze Philip. Says, good afternoon, Anthony and Tosi. Point of correction, Tosi, is not when Sanchez got to United. Mourinho and Pogba started having issues the season. Rather, they started having issues the following season. For me, Sanchez was never the player United needed at that time, if not for Mourinho's ego. Because I remember very well that period, Martial was playing the best football of his life, and then Mourinho went for Sanchez and decided to bench Anthony Martial. Martin Ekemeze says when he was playing at United, he was playing like he lacked confidence. He goes on and on. Okay, so many comments there from Facebook. Josh, Alexis Sanchez came to Manchester United, trained for the very first time, and he has admitted that after that first training, when he went home, spoke to his family, and he called up his agent, there was only one thing on his mind. I need to go back to Arsenal. I need to go back, until they reminded him that it was not possible. Okay, you don't sign, they don't go back like that. Was that a sign of mental weakness?
Yeah, it's a sign of mental weakness, because after you play the piano, after you entertain everyone, no. After you lied to the world.
Which one is lie again?
Because he said this was his dream club. He said that we know that's the anthem of every footballer when he's going to a new club. That I dreamed of playing for this club.
Wait. Can you not have a dream job, and on your first day in the office, you can't say, man, this one is not actually man. It's possible, not dream.
It's possible, but you can't have that on your first day. You still be optimistic. You still come to try and change you still try to make your dream a reality.
Yeah.
Make that fantasy possible. You're still going to see, okay, in as much as my dream is not looking like it's actually how it was in my dream, at least I'm going to still be positive. At least for the first 1 year, you should try and see if you can.
Probably 6 months.
Okay, 6 months. The first 6 months, you could try and see if you could add some energy, add some bites, hustle, bring creative ideas, try and add energy, ginger into the squad. But He came 2018.
And they are flipping 2020 after.
He came 2018 January. 2018 January.
2 years.
Man United almost won the FA Cup. Man United finished second in the league. So in fact, what I know that yes, Jose Mourinho made a mistake. I wish that people who knew me then could attest to the fact that I was saying that Jose Mourinho made a mistake, that they should have left Henrik Mkhitaryan there, because it was Mkhitaryan and Sanchez switch, and Mkhitaryan was doing well. The team was. They didn't really need a Sanchez. The same way I'm saying that Man United don't really need a Greenwood. They need a top number 9, but that's a different ball game. Alexis Sanchez coming to Man United, playing the piano with all the fancy.
Piano.
It just seemed like he was so excited to come to the club.
Does not play piano?
But he never came out and said that he regrets going to that club. It's the same thing. So you came with all the energy, you came with all the happiness, you came with all the promise. Alexis Sanchez played politics with Man United board. He played politics because you promised Man United fans. In fact, Sanchez should apologize to Man United fans.
What?
He should, for coming there, giving them that hope of a savior, of a number 7 that's going to not step into the shadow of Cristiano Ronaldo, but at least make an attempt to do better.
That number 7 jersey at Man U, is it cursed?
It's not cursed. I think that maybe the players are either putting themselves under immense pressure or they are just overthinking things. It's not
because
cursed.
I don't understand. Angel Di Maria.
It's just a shirt number.
Memphis Depay.
It's just a shirt number.
Valencia.
Valencia wasn't even bad in number 7. He just.
Who is he wearing the jersey now?
No one. It's empty.
Nobody will touch the jersey now.
It's empty. Sancho will probably take it if he does that.
It's not. I don't think it's about the players putting themselves. It's not just any number. It's like wearing the number 10 at Barcelona. I was telling Josh yesterday, Braithwaite was telling Barcelona that if Messi goes, he wants to take number 10. I told him, I said, in your words, that's not they take number 10. Is that how somebody will just wake up one morning and say, I want to wear? No, some jersey numbers are numbers that are sacred. They're the holy grail of football. Number 10, number 7 in some clubs, number 9. They're the holy grail. Nobody just picks up the jersey and wears them. The jersey number 14 at Arsenal.
Does Alexis look like a player that is mentally weak?
No, he didn't look like he was mentally before Man United. Whatever went wrong for him, whatever he saw on that day in his first training, according to what he said, there are things that he could have voiced out. He could have met the players. He could have at least tried to find a solution to the alleged problem that he said he saw, because he was the only one that saw the problem. So he should have found
a solution. There was a problem of unity and he couldn't fit in.
He couldn't fit in. Then he should have found a way to fit in. No matter how there's too much Obiakpo in an environment, or no matter how bad blood in an environment, when you come into a locker room or you come into a new environment and there's alleged preferential treatment towards you, probably because of your salary structure, then it's for you as a professional who wants good game time to go and tell the board that you guys should reduce my money. Reduce my money. Sanchez is selfish.
Let me ask Josh this question. Nicolas Anelka, in his recent flick, Misunderstood, was talking about when he joined Real Madrid, and it was almost the same thing as what Alexis Sanchez is saying now. He said the day he joined Real Madrid, he could feel it that he had made a very big mistake, and I just wanted to go back to, guess where? Arsenal. He wanted to go back to Arsenal, and that it just didn't feel. Things didn't feel right. He said because it was lion eat lion there. It was not nobody. He did not. When he got there the first day, he would sit on this seat and they'd say, "Oh, this is this person's seat," and then he goes to another seat and they say, "This is this person's seat," and then he goes to another person. They say, "This is this person's seat." Mind you, this same Real Madrid in 2000, Raul called it. He called it. He used the name for it. He said it was. Most of them were just, they were just playing on the team for the sake of Real Madrid. That was the only thing that brought them together. They were not Team United. They were not friends. They were not friends.
Alexis talked about unity.
And it's the same thing here.
There was no unity.
I think the context is similar.
He could not fit in, that he knew on the first day of training. That could also mean that day, nobody spoke to him. Nobody embraced that.
Did he try to embrace people? He should tell us more. He shouldn't just tell us there was no. Did he try to?
This one when you talk, you never understand that.
I never understand them. Alex Sanchez is not being serious. He's not being honest here.
Josh is like Repalo.
No, it's not. I'm not being like Ray
Yeah, I'm
Palo.
not forgetting the dribble that I'll dribble him on the corner flag.
I'm not being like Ray Palo. See, I come to an environment. I can even narrate lots of stories that have come to environments, and it seemed like I wasn't welcome. But you just have to make do what you have. You're here already. Fine, there's no unity. Make peace. Did he try to make peace? Nicolas Anelka, the first time they said do not sit here. Second time, do not sit there. A sensible person would say, I'm not saying he's not sensible, but a sensible person would have said, okay, where should I sit? I'm not going to wait for you to now say, don't sit. Okay, tell me where to sit. Then if you now don't tell me where to sit, if you now tell me where I shouldn't sit, then basically I will now understand that okay, there's a problem in this club, I'll take it up. Because we are all footballers. We are all here to play. We are all professionals. We are all earning the same amount of money. Okay, we are different amount of money, but we are all earning money. Weekly wages. Yours may be higher than mine. Mine may be higher than yours. Yours may be the highest. And Alexis Sanchez, he's South American. He speaks Spanish. So there are players that he could have bonded with.
Like
there are Spanish-speaking players, David De Gea, Juan Mata, Ander Herrera, Marcos Rojo. There are players that he could have bonded with, tried to start up conversations with them. Andreas Pereira. So there are players. So
sorry, Josh, can I ask you a question? Have you been in a dressing room before?
In a place. I'm not
no, have you been in a dressing room, a football dressing room before?
Definitely.
Have you seen the way young players, new players, when they come into the club, have you seen them being welcomed before?
Depends on the club.
When you get to a new club,
okay,
a big club like Manchester United,
okay,
as a new player, you don't go about strutting your stuff.
No, I'm not saying
you don't go about blowing your horn. You don't go about calm down.
Okay.
Let me land. You don't go about saying, oh, how is see, there's a difference between when you arrive at Arsenal, at Manchester United, at Liverpool and Chelsea. There's a difference between those clubs and then you go into an Everton.
Okay.
And you're going to Wolverhampton Wanderers. You can't go to a club like Spurs. See, first day at training, you get there, you observe your environment and you look at the players. Okay, who are the cool guys? Who are the great guys? How do you know that he didn't speak to these guys? How do you know that he didn't get, he didn't get a good reply in terms of body language? So, these are things that we don't know. Now, that's why he said that the team was not united. He made it clear. And if he could say that, and this is not the first time someone is saying, oh, the team was not united. There have been players who said at that point in time that United looked disfragmented and disoriented. I mean, you look at the squad, it was pretty much obvious that the team disintegrated not long after. So I think it's pretty much difficult to say. It's actually sort of, for me, I think it's unfair to say that Sanchez is mentally weak or he should have gone on and spoken to people. There's something he's not telling us.
Okay, maybe being mentally weak is not the right word. I would say maybe a bit selfish. I would use selfish.
How is he selfish?
Because he should have found a solution. He should have. He's a big player. He's a big player.
Manchester United versus Manchester City.
Okay.
United are 2-0 down.
Okay.
At the Etihad, ribbons out.
Okay.
Sanchez comes on. United win 3-2.
Man United, Newcastle, same scenario at Old Trafford.
So please tell me how Sanchez has been selfish in this case. Comes on, changes the game not once, not twice.
If you are a United,
more than twice as well.
A disunited team were able to do that. A disunited team were able to finish second in the EPL.
Come on, disoriented Real Madrid. The Champions League.
So it boils down to one thing. If Sanchez really wanted to be part of the club, he should have made more effort than what he did.
Anelka left Real Madrid after one season.
He wasn't making.
Let's see if we can take a few more calls on this topic, and then we'll go on to the next talking point. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Ebenezer.
Ebenezer, go on.
Yeah, I think I want to have I want us to look at it based from another view. there is sometimes what we call, your intention. But another time, money sometimes changes the intention you have. I think Sanchez actually in the first place did not want to go to United. I'm just thinking. But unfortunately when he got to when he saw that money, the money was enticing. And accepting that fact that this money is enticing, and he went there. And see, there are players in that Manchester United that, they are big. If you say they are not big, I don't want to agree that there are no big players there. And let's look at Pogba, for example. Pogba is one of the most hype, let me use the word hype, and he want to continually be the most hype player in that Manchester United. That salary of that Sanchez brought a lot of controversy in that Manchester United. And you see, you are asking a question: if you get a job, and very at first instance you get to that job, how on earth can you say you don't like the job? It is your environment. If you are not welcome in a place, no matter how good, see, there are some jobs that you can do in isolation, but there are some jobs that you can never do all alone. If you are not welcome, you can never succeed. And I think that was what Sanchez saw. Sanchez was, in the way I was hearing when he was saying that he was not welcome, that the environment was somehow. I think that environment demoralized him. So immediately he returned back home, he wants to change his mind. And when you are in a place and you have gotten that mindset that this place is not the right place, it's not about mentality, but it's about, there are some reality that you know. How many people do you want to entice to dance to your tune? How many people do you want to appease? When they are not good, so it's better you know that if you are not welcome as a player, no matter how good, we are talking about Real Madrid, talking about Ronaldo. Ronaldo was welcome. Look at the same thing is applicable to Hazard now. Hazard, a player cannot just be so bad, all of a sudden. The same thing, I was hearing something about, I don't know, but I was hearing something about Hazard that it was Zidane that wrote him. Even some of the board were saying it is not our intention, it was Zidane. When a player is hearing so, he will definitely be demoralized. And I think that was what happened to Sanchez in at first when we go to Man U. It's not about mental delay, but I think it's about reality. What is so? You can never be an island on your own. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Let's see if we can take a few more on this topic. It's all about Arsenal legend Ray Parlour, who has slammed Alexis Sanchez after the Chilean revealed he wanted to leave Manchester United after his first training session. Is that a weak mentality? A few days ago, of course, Sanchez posted a video on Instagram when he was trying to set the record straight about his time at Man United. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joseph Osu on the line.
Joseph Osu, let's hear you.
After, I'm very sorry to make this comment. After Alex Ferguson left, there's no unity in that team again. I'm telling you honestly. I'm expected to be visit that if he's in that United, he will perform well. That's why he left. Thank you very much.
Okay.
What's your brother and our team actually?
No, he has left. He's moved on. Are you there? Okay, looks like he's gone. Of course, Sports Radio 88.9 Blah FM is at the station. Alexis Sanchez says his period at Manchester United, many things were said, and they said those things to make him look bad. But it was from the first day he joined Manchester United, he knew his time at Manchester United would not be nice. Not like he's a bad player, but something was not right with him and the players. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ben.
Ben, let's hear you.
Yes, I'm wondering the kind of acceptance Alexis Sanchez was expecting. He did that when a club buys a player, expecting to have advantages of the quality of that player. If the player coming as the president of the club or as boss, he was supposed to go there and blend and do what he knows how to do best, not to begin to wait for a red carpet reception. I don't understand what it means by he was not welcome. If somebody have made an effort and it didn't really go well, the person should do well to accept his fate and move on with life by the way he has moved on with life. To start painting the club that they would have continued to shake or shrink, that Sanchez is coming to the club and left him with such mentality of he wanted to leave. And it was the first goal he scored. It was actually begging for to allow him to score a penalty. So, which other reflection was he expecting? Let the man just face the fact and move on with life and stop writing nonsense. Everybody makes effort. Making effort is part of succeeding or not succeeding. When you make effort, you move on with life, and that's what I expect the guy to do. I'm not blaming anybody for not that he wasn't accepted. If he wasn't accepted, did he accept anybody? And that's not a good reason for anybody to put across as this for failure. I mean, it's not acceptable at all. I don't know why he's making that kind of mistake.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Alexis Sanchez says that sometimes you see a club from outside, you don't have all the information until you enter. As a kid, I loved Manchester United. When the opportunity came, I took it. But I did not realize some things until I trained with the players for the very first time. And after that training, I went home and I told my agent, can we cancel this contract? Something does not sit right with me, and that of course is the end of the story. Alexis Sanchez last month sealed a switch. It was a loan switch in the first instance. Now it's a permanent switch. You just pack in bag, he don't run. Say, Man U, before Man U kill me, I will kill myself. And that's why.
I'll kill the club.
No, he did not. That's why he accepted to go out on loan. And that's why after the loan, he say, man, you, I beg, now make I did go.
And he should probably try to leave in the summer of 2018.
Why did he, wait, but Alexis Sanchez said, why did he not go back to Arsenal?
You should have probably even asked, like, you should have probably, because when your first training, you can still maybe pay a fine and go back to your former club.
Wait, you don't sign. The agent tell him, say, bros, you don't sign, and leave that.
The agent wanted to eat money.
Bros, you don't sign. You don't sign.
You didn't.
Bros, he told you, bros, go and try. You don't sign.
It's just some few monies that would be exchanged. The agent wanted to eat the money. The money was good.
Look at you, FIFA, UEFA.
The money was good.
Go and sit down somewhere. That's why they cancel contract.
They can cancel.
Why Messi not canceling your
They can cancel.
That's why they cancel contract.
They can cancel contract. At the beginning of the contract.
Wait.
They can cancel the contract.
Wait, I want to understand something. That's why they for cancel that contract.
But they can.
After man, you taught him how to play piano. He play piano.
They can just after his first training.
Cancel that.
They can cancel the contract. It's just some.
They cancel contract like that. After playing that piano for the whole world.
Make you manage, right? For manage. It's supposed to manage.
0700 not be contract cancel. We not be shaming for B.
To Alexis Sanchez.
I don't know how long they tutored him because I don't think he had prior knowledge of playing the after training him, spending money to give him a piano lesson teacher.
So after he played piano, he now wanted to leave. Then he have left now. Look at his career now. Look at what happened.
Let's take more calls.
Even the Mkhitaryan himself.
Hello, both of them are in Italy now. One is in Italy, one is in Roma. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon.
My name is God's Power.
God's Power, let's hear you.
I've been hearing this conversation and I'm very disappointed by one of your analysts in the studio.
What's happening?
Who was saying that Sanchez was selfish and this and that. I don't understand how professional.
Well, we are talking your own now.
Sanchez was not the reason why he was driving. It's not his fault that the agent was able to break out a better deal for him and he was earning more than other players. Even if Sanchez was earning the same amount of money that other players were earning, I don't think that he was ever going to fit in that team because the side that Mourinho was playing at that time in Manchester United, they fit his own style of play. So he was never going to fit into that team. And the fact that other players were not even passing the ball to him, probably he saw that in the training in the first day, and that was what made him to make that comment that he felt he was not welcome. So it's not his fault that all these things were doing polemic interference for him. He couldn't have done anything. The guy who was saying that he was very selfish, let me ask him a question. If it was in Sanchez's shoes, will you walk up to the chairman and say, hey, chairman, I beg, this is my money. I feel that it's my money that is because of all this issue. Will he do the same thing? This money we're talking about, everybody goes into anything just to make a living out of it. It's not just for the fun of it. He need the money. He needed the money. That's why he went to Manchester United. Because at that time, Manchester City was also going for him. I didn't think he went there. He would have been a league winner by now. So he chose Manchester United because of the money. So nobody should blame him for things not working out for him. I think the best decision he made was this Manchester United. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very, very much. He says the best decision Alexis Sanchez made was to leave Manchester United. He left Man U last month. He made a loan switch permanent. He's now a player of Internazionale, that's Inter Milan. Let's quickly, of course, go to another talking point. Let's look at this one. Let's look at our World Cup winning coach, Marcelo Lippi. Marcelo Lippi says Andrea Pirlo, the young age, not the youngest of coaches, but he's a young coach. You can of course call him a baby coach. Most young coaches are baby coaches. He says that young age and the experience of the game as a football player will make Pirlo a success at the Allianz Stadium in Turin, the home of Juventus. Lippi has likened Pirlo to Zinedine Zidane. Says he's almost like Zidane at Real Madrid. Remember, Zidane came to Real Madrid and he was winning Champions League here and there. Now the Frenchman, indeed, has looked very, very good. The team won the La Liga last season, and now Marcelo Lippi is giving the thumbs up to the man called Pirlo, likening him to Zidane. Do you agree with Marcelo Lippi that because Pirlo played so well as a footballer for Milan and even Juventus, now that he's the coach of Juventus, without experience, so he will do well? Does it mean that because you're a good player, you'll be a good coach? Even that he didn't do ITU, he just finished school, didn't even go for NYSC straight. In fact, he has not even finished school. Not in September, will he?
Yes,
he will not finish till October. He has not finished. He's still learning. But this is Lippi now coming out that forget it. Forget all that thing when I talk. He has all it takes to be a good coach. And he say he can be the Zidane. Zidane played for this Juventus too. He can be the Zidane. Pirlo can be the Zidane of Juventus. You agree?
You know, the thing is,
by the end of October, Pirlo will be certified as a coach. Right now, he never finished. He's still writing some thesis.
Yes.
Never write them.
You know, Raiders uncle, my issue with this would have been, you know, the fact that they didn't consult the big men, but apparently they did. He was appointed under 23 coach, you know, in June.
9 days. 9 days after.
9 days after he became the senior team coach, and you definitely would believe that they'd spoken to the likes of Capello, the likes of Lippi, people who had coached Pirlo, and they probably asked questions about whether they felt he had the brain. And, you know, Andrea Pirlo is an intelligent man, but there's a difference between being an intelligent player, a genius footballer, and a genius coach. Diego Armando Maradona, not so good transition as far as he is concerned. Jurgen Klopp was a bang average player is a great coach. I mean, Diego Simeone as well made a good transition. You can't find many of them in the market. I think Andrea Pirlo will be a great coach for Juventus simply because of his communication skills. You definitely would see that this is a guy who's very good at getting his message across from the way he relates with his teammates and from the way he speaks. In his autobiography, his book, I Think Therefore I Play, he made mention of a lot of things there, and there was one thing he said. He said...
Wait, I need to understand something. You agree with Marcelo Lippi?
Yes, I agree with Marcelo Lippi that Pirlo will be a success as a coach. And, you know, he's not the first person that has come out to say the coach of Sampdoria is about a team in the Serie C, has also said the same thing as well, that he thinks Pirlo will be a success at Juventus. The challenge I have is, I think Pirlo might sacrifice the league for the Champions League. That is probably the challenge I think Pirlo will have, in the matter of the fact that I'm not sure whether Juventus can consistently match Inter in terms of wheat, in terms of tactics. It's more about the way he motivates the players, especially in the latter stages of the Champions League, with the wealth of experience and the things he says. If the team is well placed, I mean, this is a man who's got Arthur, probably a player that is close to Pirlo in terms of the way he plays the game. And I think having that kind of player, having Cristiano Ronaldo on board as well, and, you know, probably bringing back Moise Kean, he's more or less going to be mentoring these guys and teaching them the game. And there's nothing anyone in that dressing room wants to tell Andrea Pirlo. He's a World Cup winner.
What will be success for Andrea Pirlo?
Winning a trophy this season for Juventus. And
that will make him a good coach.
Winning a trophy.
It seemed that has won the Scudetto 9 times.
Vegas Angle, we might have, it might sound like I'm shifting the goalpost, but yes, that's what I'm doing. And I'd say because this is a coach who's just starting out, he's a fresh coach. And this is probably what will dispel the notion that anybody can come into a team and win a title. If I sit down, people, I remember during the Guardiola days at Barcelona, people would say, anybody could coach Barcelona, so a successful side. It's the same Barcelona right about now. I think we need to understand the fact that Andrea Pirlo is going to be rebuilding a team here. We saw what happened with Sarri Ball. They didn't play convincing football. This is more or less a transition season for Juventus. They've come to the end of a cycle. They want to begin another cycle. They need a coach like Pirlo, young, energetic, bringing a new style of play, bringing a new ideas and new ideology into the club. And that is exactly what they need. And I'm very sure that the Agnelli family will take a trophy, any trophy, this season, as long as Juventus play. Yes, as long as Juventus play good football. Bayern might have finally won the treble for the second time against this season, but if you ask Karl-Heinz Rummenigge and Uli Hoeneß about Pep Guardiola's years at the club, for us the fans, for pundits and fans alike, we'll say it's a failure, but Karl-Heinz Rummenigge and Uli Hoeneß say it was a success, because the way Bayern are playing now, the foundations were there from Pep Guardiola. And it's almost what we need to see from Andrea Pirlo right about now.
Since Pep left Bayern, how many coaches have come and gone?
Ancelotti.
3 coaches. Sorry, 2 coaches. They're on the third one. You had Ancelotti and Kovac. And
temporary hiking.
Yes, you know, I mean, temporarily, yes. So I would say 3. But, you know, I think as far as this is concerned, as far as Juventus are concerned, Andrea Pirlo will succeed, and I'm saying it confidently. A trophy will count as success as long as they play football in a way that is not catenaccio.
If it was about winning the Scudetto, Max Allegri would still be in charge of Juventus.
Yeah.
Sarri would still be in charge. So how come if it was all about winning the Scudetto?
If it was all about winning, he would still be in charge.
Sarri was limp in the Scudetto. Sarri was limp in last season's Scudetto, so Sarri wouldn't be in charge.
You don't. I said if it was all about the Scudetto,
okay. Yeah,
if the Scudetto was the standard for keeping the job, these 2 men would still be in charge. But Juventus want more. They want more than that.
Yeah, especially Allegri. I think the thing with the problem with Allegri was waning in his last season. It seems like his words were tired. There was a tactical fatigue from the Juventus players. The last season,
so Pirlo is already better than these 2 coaches.
I'm not saying so, but I think that the plan has always been for Pirlo to become the long-term manager of La
So you see him succeeding?
I don't see him succeeding yet, unless if the goalpost like FJ changed, has been changed at the club. I'm not in Turin. I don't know what's up with the Agnelli family or with Patricio or with Papa Nedved. I don't know what's in their mind. So unless if they have changed the goalpost for Andrea Pirlo, if
The successful coaches.
They have to.
Let me have you guys name successful coaches. You go first. Pirlo, you supporting Pirlo. Give me 2 successful coaches
In the world today,
in the world today, past, present.
Jurgen Klopp and Pep Guardiola.
Did they do it overnight?
No, they didn't.
And but you say he's already a good coach overnight, and he has not finished coaching.
No, I'm saying he will be a good coach. He will make a fantastic coach.
You already know that
Yes, it feels like it already that he will make a fantastic
because he
coach.
was a fantastic player.
No, not just because he was a fantastic player, because of, you see from his demeanor, exactly, and from the way he
from the words
communicates,
of the expert.
and from, you can't have 2 coaches who have coached you before come out and say,
You don't expect Marcelo Lippi to say he'll be a bad coach.
Radio Anchor.
Nobody has come out to say the truth about. You see, it's all about chance. Mourinho, the man he is today, he did not start. He worked very, very hard for it. He has not even finished his coaching school. And we all know Zidane understudied some other persons before he became coach.
Did the Real Madrid-
So he did not. Pep Guardiola had an opportunity to coach a league side. He has not coached for one day. He has not finished coaching school. That is the reality. And you are saying that he'll be a good coach, even though he has not finished school. You see, those that are in school, you're in a class now. It's not cast in stone that the most brilliant student in that class will be the most successful. Let's assume that according to what they are saying now, they say it's brilliant. He can write. He don't write biography. I mean autobiography. Thesis. No. He has a book. He has a book and quotes. Do you know the style he plays or the style he would play? As he plays, and he's lucky. When Gattuso was asked about him, Mancini was asked. They didn't say this. They called him lucky. It's because he's starting from the top. Marcelo Lippi, the whiner now.
Radio Anchor. The thing
Now why him be that?
Radio Anchor. The thing is, the playing field can never be even.
Which playing field is that one again?
It can't be even because some people will start at the top.
People got fired for winning the Serie A.
People got fired for winning the Champions League.
People got
The-
fired for winning the Serie A and playing tepid, insipid, and uninspiring football.
and conceding too much goals.
And conceding too many goals. And playing the kind of football.
too many goals.
For last season, when Juventus hired Sarri, we all asked questions. Why have they gone with Sarri? This is a guy who's just won his first trophy as a manager.
But Sarri got that job on the strength of his reputation.
That he was going to.
That he plays Sarri ball.
He
And-
plays
and
Sarri
he
ball.
was- he
Why
was
did
not going
Chelsea?
to cover the defensive
Why did Chelsea sign Sarri? Because he played Sarri ball, and Sarri ball was exciting to watch.
Yes.
As coach of Napoli.
And he was still good. He was still good.
And
defensively.
he wanted to play the same Sarri ball, but then some players did not like it.
And he was still good.
That's why I said no. That's why I said sorry, Josh. That's why I said that communication with the players very important, and I think that's the basis that Lippi is saying will make Pirlo a great coach. You've played the game. You know most of these guys. This is modern day football. This is not the noughties. You know these guys. Sarri, I felt, could not communicate his ideas to the Juventus players last season.
He rather climb
Then
up. He rather climb up to take a penalty.
So how come he could do the same with Napoli?
Because
They
I mean, Radio Anchor.
They were still.
Look, no. Let's look at the quality of the players at Napoli and Juventus. How many of the guys at Napoli had won a trophy before Sarri came? And then at Napoli, he had at fullbacks, he had Isai and Mario Rui. And then you compare that to Danilo and Alexandro, who Danilo has won everything to be won as a footballer, bar the World Cup. Alexandro, the same thing, bar the Champions League. And then you go to centre back, he's got Bonucci and De Ligt. I mean, much respect. Koulibaly is probably the second best centre back in the world now, but then that was not Koulibaly. He had Koulibaly and Raul Albiol. And then you go to the midfield where he's got Jorginho, Alan, and then he's got Piotr Zielinski in the team. And up front, he was the one that made Dries Mertens the goal scorer we know today. He was the one that got the best. Yes, he was the one that brought the best out of Jose Maria Carrillo, who was yes, and he was the one that, exactly, he was the one that reignited Gonzalo Higuain as well. And then it comes to Juventus, where you've got Cristiano Ronaldo. You cannot play Sarri ball with Cristiano Ronaldo, because by default there's one player that's not going to run back. There's not one player that's not going to press. There's one player that is going to stand aloof, and that means you have to play Sarri ball with 10 players.
Lose possession.
And exactly, and expect other people to win it back. And it was not going to work. I said it last year that, look, Sarri to Juventus was a ticking time bomb. You don't put round pegs in square holes. That was just what it is. It was not going to work. It was a disaster waiting to happen. And I think that's the reason why Andrea Pirlo, at this point, Pirlo might not be a tactical genius. I don't think he's a tactical genius. I don't think he's getting this job on the strength of being, a great tactical mind. I think what he's getting this job on is on the strength of, you are a great player, you know how these guys think, you are in their minds. You probably would just say, you know what, boys, go out there and play a 4-3-3, express yourself. Dani Alves said it,
No,
in the Barcelona documentary.
You don't get my point. If you suggest that he has the ingredients, he has the intelligence to succeed, it is different when you say he will succeed.
Okay.
That is what Lippi is doing. Lippi has said he will succeed because of his young age, because he played so well as a footballer. Those are not guarantees.
The only way for me that I would say Andrea Pirlo would succeed is if La Vecchia Signora have changed the goalpost for Andrea Pirlo. That's if they have changed the goalpost. If they have said,
We've changed it.
Okay, you've changed it. I haven't changed it. So unless if they have changed the goalposts for Andrea Pirlo, that they say, okay, just show us
those things will make him succeed. Those things that he has, those are the things, those are enough to make him succeed. Is that how Zidane got to where he is today?
No, he will succeed, but unless if we can see the target and say, okay, this is the target. But yes, he seems like a manager for the future. He was prized. In fact, that's just the way it's been in club football. Let's say in the past 10, 15 years, we could say Pep Guardiola was the breakaway expert of bringing back your old players. Even though they've had Ancelotti come back and coach Milan.
A typical example.
Trapattoni.
David Moyes was coaching Everton. Sir Alex Ferguson anointed him. Saw all the ex-Man United players and anointed him. How did it end?
He earned in premium tiers, subscribe tiers.
That's the kind of anointing they are giving this man now.
Well, it may work, it may not work, but why I think that it's a bit too early because
now you're coming.
Yes, that's how it be. I think it's a bit too early because Andrea Pirlo, him being appointed as under 23 manager, I know that the plan was that he would be the next manager in a few years, not immediately, not 9 days later. And them giving him the job, like FJ said, they probably might have shifted the goalpost for him.
And they might think that the job is easy.
They might have, they might think the job is easy, and they might have also shifted the goalpost for him. But I think the best way for him to the best way for him to steal his legend.
And Pirlo and Xavi, who was the more accomplished midfielder?
Xavi Hernandez.
Yes, of Barcelona.
In terms of trophy,
Xavi Hernandez.
Everything.
Xavi Hernandez.
Yes.
When Xavi was presented,
I would prefer
when
Pirlo.
he was presented with the Barcelona opportunity, what did he do?
He said how sad. That
Everyone has a choice.
Xavi must have been a very dull student in school.
No, really. It's his choice. It's his choice. It's his choice.
It was his choice.
It was his
Now,
choice.
when he finished playing at Al Sadd, and what did he do? From playing, he went straight into coaching.
It was his choice.
And after a year at Al Sadd, where he won the QSL, and he had the option of coming to Barcelona, but he looks at the club. The club is in a mess, is in total disarray, and he says, "Look, Xavi Alonso's coaching Barcelona. He wants to coach there, but he looks at the club and he says,
Not today.
Not today, and the club is not in a good state. If it was probably Juan Laporta that was the president right now, Xavi would come to Barcelona and
Not today.
but not currently. I think if he had that opportunity, this opportunity that Pirlo has, he'd take it. Let's look at
When Setien was fired, the opportunity presented itself.
He said he didn't want it. If Andrea Pirlo said he didn't want it, we wouldn't be here right now. Andrea Pirlo accepted the offer. He wanted it. He loved the challenge.
It would also mean that coaching Juventus is easy.
No, it doesn't mean coaching Juventus is easy. It just means that Andrea Pirlo feels he's man enough to take the challenge. just like Martin Braithwaite was man enough to say, I want Messi's number 10.
Brilliant uncle. I said I was
It's still ambition.
I said I was
It's
going
still
to ask
ambition.
you this question yesterday. If you were Lionel Messi and you go back into the dressing room after what you saw from Martin Braithwaite, what were you going to do?
I just laugh.
It's not deep.
I just laugh.
It's not deep. It's an ambition.
I just laugh. I just laugh. Braithwaite no rich now.
It's an ambition. It's an ambition.
He no rich now. He no rich.
He's looking up to me.
He no rich.
It's an honor.
He no rich. Braithwaite no rich now.
We all know that. We all know that Braithwaite no reach.
I won't even talk to you.
It's an ambition. No. I won't take it that deep.
No, when I say talk, say talk would mean I never even come out. You want to take my sheds.
No.
You know the trial. I won't even say that. I just continue from where I stopped. Braithwaite, I don't even see him.
I would probably even like I would like someone like that because I would see that he really wants to step up his game. But it's not that deep. Same thing. Andre Pirlo just said that, okay, maybe I want to actually be manager of Juventus. I want it right now. Pep Guardiola, the great Pep Guardiola, he had just 1 year, just a year as a manager before he got the Barcelona
Just
job.
what does Pirlo have?
No year, no single year. So it's not the same thing, but it's a bit similar because what if he wins the Champions League in his first season like Zinedine Zidane did and Pep Guardiola did? Everyone is we're all going to change our team. So I think that let's just let him land.
You know all the things.
Let's let him
all
land.
the things you guys have said. There's only one thing I remember. You said it's George. I think that was George. You said it's early.
It's early actually, but let's let him land. Let's let him land.
He go land. He has landed now.
Let's let him play his first year.
Start now. The joke go to set now. Let's take the calls. 0700. You didn't get the job. Yeah, your job. Yeah. Not be from school. You come here. You do service. We not the employ like that. Yours. Not like that.
But
I don't know how they respond.
It works sometimes though.
You know they work like that.
It worked for Zidane.
You design let work. Hello.
He did NYC.
Let work.
Hey, what's up?
I'm fine. What's your name?
Absolutely. Ade is on the line.
Ade, let's hear you.
Tony,
Yep.
like seriously, it's difficult to contribute to your program. You will put somebody on the hot seat, and the person will give you a relative answer. Yes, you still come back to castigate that person.
Who is that person? Who is that person?
Your guests in the studio, your partners in the studio, you are asking them the question, and they are providing answers to you.
And they wind them, they must they go fit talk very well.
You wind them. You see why that's why I say you are too controversial. You say you wind them.
They must talk.
How can you conclude ahead of something that has not happened? You can never foretell now. You either follow you well or you
You don't. No. Ade. Let me ask you the question. Apparently, I think maybe we've lost you. Lippi says he has the ingredients, and those ingredients have made him a success. He will succeed. And I'm asking you, are those ingredients enough? If you use Zidane as the template, Zidane and Pirlo, have they followed the same route? As footballers, were they of the same kind?
Why those guys gave you instances in the studio? But the fact that you are a good player does not mean you will become a good manager. Why? The fact that you are a bad player does not mean that you can never become a good manager. That's the answer that they give to you in the studio. So if we are seeing Pirlo, if we are seeing Pirlo as a good player, with time he could be a good manager. And at the same time, he can be a bad manager in the long run. That's why that time frame should be given. And because that we are not the management of Juventus, we cannot conclude now for what they want from Pirlo. The bottom line is, sorry, being there before as a manager is not convenient. As a me personally, I can never put my money on him.
Are you a Chelsea fan?
I don't need to be a Chelsea fan. You see, this is the problem. When we analyze issues, we ask which club do you support?
No, because see, if you see Man United players, ex-players doing the analysis, you will just know.
It's not about.
That's about it now.
Hold on. Let me give you a close instance. see all those ex-Man U players, when they see coaches that they like, they will praise the person to high heavens. So as soon as the person starts to disappoint, you see that you know hear them again. They will lie flat. That's one nature, that's one bad nature about them. But they can come to studio and criticize a manager that knows
that's why it's important sometimes for me to know the club side you support. It sets a foundation for your analysis.
So Tony,
I dey hear you.
Tony, now this week that we do not know what Juventus as management wants now for Juve as a club. Maybe that's why they went for Bello. It's not as if they would not have gone for a better manager who has had the job as an experience. But Bello coming in as first timer, it could mean something else to the management that we don't know yet. So let us now give Bello time frame like 1, 2, 3 seasons if he's still there. But if he's fired at the end of next season, that is when we can now say the management go fit wrong. And you will not blame Bello because you must start from somewhere. Guardiola started from somewhere. He was given that privilege in Barca. If I was the manager and they called me upon to come and manage Barcelona at that time, I would grab the offer because you have good, excellent players at that time in Barcelona. So definitely I will proceed. It's just that to maintain that status quo, that way, that style that Barcelona plays, that it will be difficult for a new manager coming in now. If he's not careful enough, you see that style that they play Barcelona, I think they want to go away with the style and concentrate on winning trophies. So that's the way I'll put it for now. Let's give him time.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay. When he was asked that this question, Marcelo Lippi, World Cup winning coach, he made two references. He looked at the age of Pirlo and he looked at the experience of Pirlo as a player, former player now. He says those two qualities, his age and experience as a player, will make him a success. And I'm asking you, is that enough? Is that enough for him to be a success at Juventus? Those two qualities, his age and his experience. He's not even looking at the coaching badge now because he doesn't have. Coaching badge will not be ready until next month. Hello, good morning. Good afternoon.
Morning, afternoon, Tony of Padua. This is everybody.
Go on. I have Tosi and Josh here.
Yeah, I know. Joshua and Tosi, good afternoon to you guys. I love Sha. Yeah, thank you very much. In short, I'm really enjoying myself today. You know, I like the way Tony is fighting everybody, and that's what we've done. That's what is called football. It doesn't necessarily have to be everybody's opinion. You have to be the game advocate at times too. So I'm enjoying myself. This is what sport is all about. It's not about nagging or excuses, you know. The beauty of the game is what matters, and you have to look at different angles, aspects of every part of what we're talking about. Just as we talk about Pirlo, you see the guy, he is likely to do well because one of the best things about the coach is to have that confidence in himself. When they have a confidence, and I know he will do well. Let's just give him a chance, just as you guys said. Thank you very much.
Okay, he says,
I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, we're enjoying you. Yo, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. God bless you too. He says, let's give him time. Indeed, the Serie A would soon start. We get to see how far Pirlo would take Juventus. Let's take some of your comments. Shola Oyeyemi says, yes, I agree with Marcelo Lippi. Look at the likes of Mikel Arteta at Arsenal. Look at Frank Lampard. Look at Steven Gerrard. Look at even Ole. It's just a matter of time. These guys will be great coaches. Peter Maye says, does young age categorically guarantee success in coaching, football coaching? The answer is no. What do you say about Andres Villas-Boas at Chelsea? Did he succeed as a young coach of Champions? Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. He doesn't have anything to say. I beg, Lippi does not have anything to say. He's only trying to whine Pirlo jaw. Peter Maye. Maximus Chichebem says, Though Andre Pirlo has a great knowledge over the game as a player, but as a coach, it's a different ball game. We cannot say for now until the new season begins. However, I am tipping Conte and Inter to go all the way next season, except if they capitulate like they all too.
Yes, and Zidane also was sporting director.
And it becomes even easy for you if you understudy a Mourinho and Mourinho makes mistakes, or an Ancelotti or a Rafa Benitez, they make mistakes. As assistants, you obviously would try to correct the mistakes they must have made. Look at Tuchel today. Look at Nagelsmann. Look at Arteta. They have not arrived, but you can see signs that whatever they learned as assistant coaches, they are beginning to apply even as coaches.
Especially with Arteta, most especially.
On paper, it looks like they've made progress, but until they can start doing things differently, things have not really changed. If you look at the FA Cup, in the last 6-7 years, Arsenal has been the most successful in the history of the FA Cup. All the managers, one way or the other, Arsene Wenger was doing it. This, he has come and then repeated what Arsene Wenger has done. Can Arteta bring them back to the Champions League? Can he bring them back to the Champions League?
He has given Willian he has told Willian that the goal is to win it in 3 years.
You look at young Arsene Wenger, and then when Arsene Wenger was coming to Arsenal, even though he had experience with Nagoya Grampus 8 and Monaco, people still said Arsene who? Arsene who? And then he had experience, he had won the league. He was a league champion.
Yes.
Not just any league, the French league. If you look at the Champions League, at that time, the rating of the French league was even higher because the likes of Marseille were winning the Champions League. The first ever Champions League was won by Olympique Marseille. A few years later, Arsene Wenger was coming, to Arsenal after he had sojourned in Japan. People said Arsene who? Young Arsene Wenger. 22 years after, we know this story. But what am I trying to say here now? He had experience, and still he did not hit the ground running. He was able to win the league a year after, if I'm not mistaken. After won in 1997, he came in 1996.
Yes.
So Arteta, it's a long shot. He has to do what others have not done before. Can you bring them back after 4 years? Can you bring them back to the Champions League? Yes, FA Cup. They are the most successful team in the FA Cup. At some point, it was 12-11, no? Man, you had 12, they had 11.
Yes.
Nice, 14-12.
14-12, yes.
0700000889. Those are the number. Victor Ikechukwu Fomba will come to you very shortly. Let's take this call. Hello. There's something you're doing. I'm hearing Arteta. I said Arteta like 5 seconds ago. Victor Ikechukwu Fomba says, I completely disagree with Lippi that Pirlo's young age and experience will make him a success. No. I disagree with him. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
Yeah, good afternoon, George Charles.
Good afternoon, Femo.
Yeah, Olumide on the line.
Go Gungbe, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Marcelo Lippi, everybody has his own say, and I know his own opinion. For me, and comparing, what is it called?
Zidane.
To Zidane, to Guardiola, it is very, very totally wrong. Because this guy started from somewhere. Pirlo was just coming. They just give him the under-23 team to manage. Blah. To give him the senior team. This is totally wrong. For me, I don't think with that the team correlates. But let's see, we are not God. Things can happen. And it can, Juventus are Syria winner of Syria. So they can win.
Okay, they can do anything they like.
Yeah, they can do anything they like, and they can still win it. So for doing it in a big way, going to the Champions League, which is what they are looking for, I doubt, because so many things will come in. The ego of the player, the ego of the coach himself, and so many things will come into play. For me, for him coming out to say categorically that will be a success. his own may be even worse than Moyes of Man United. Then that's just my own take about it. We should not just compare things. We then learn from big people. Guardiola even come from somewhere to get it to the point where he was then. So for me, for him coming out, I don't think that's a good omen for Pirlo. For even giving him that thing to say that he will succeed is a pressure on his own for him. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank
you very much, Ogumbe. If you look at Zidane, for instance, there are indicators, there are indices. You look at one index, you move from that one to another one. This man has assisted before. This man has played a role as a sporting director before. He played the game. He knows the game. He's intelligent. He has coached before. He's passed instructions before. He's been in a dressing room situation before. He has listened to the manager. He knows.
He coached Castilla too.
You look at all of that, but you cannot make that reference when you look at Pirlo. The only thing he has referred to age and experience as a former footballer.
I think it's not. Normally you'd say it's not supposed to be enough, but there are some.
Lampard has had to learn on the job.
Yes.
Arteta is learning on the job.
Yes.
Ole did not completely learn on the job because he had experience coming to Man U, and then when he became interim coach, he was as great a player, not the greatest Man United player, but before he became permanent manager of Man U, irrespective of the experience, he had to be interim at first. He was not named coach. This definitely, they probably, Lippi would not want to admit, but he obviously is a gamble.
Yes, it's you hired a man who has not finished his badges. That is definitely a gamble. There's no
doesn't finish until October.
Yes, it's there's no mincing words about it. But it also sort of reminds you of was it Juventus when I think it's happened before in the Serie A. Andrea Stramaccioni for Inter, when he had not officially, in fact, this man didn't even have a Wikipedia page. He had not completed his coaching badges. He had just completed his UEFA A license. He was going for his UEFA Pro license. He was appointed coach of Inter, and when he becomes coach of Inter, they start the season so well. Everything is going fine. They beat Juventus as well, ended Juventus' unbeaten run, and then what happens? The wheels come off, and the media refer to it and say, you hired a coach who didn't have his badges. He just had to become a coach permanently. In fact, Pirlo will not be in the dugout till he earns his badges. Juventus have to work around it. Yes, they have to find a way to make sure that he can stand on the touchline. They've got to bypass UEFA regulations and let them know that.
First of all, he's not qualified.
Yes, he's not qualified to stay in the dugout, but
he's not officially qualified
to stay in the dugout, but he's going to be there regardless, whether we like it or not. And for Pirlo and Capello, for Lippi and Capello, two of his former coaches, to have given him a vote of confidence, there must be something they saw that we didn't see.
But we've come to the realization that some old coaches or former coaches see wrongly.
You see. Let me give an instance. You look at Gattuso when he was coach of Milan as well. He was terrible when he was at Palermo. Almost even sunk the club.
And then he continued learning.
And then he continued to learn. If Pirlo doesn't get a job, some people will learn the hard way. And I think, as much as we may not want to admit it, I think Pirlo might have to learn the hard way. That's one of the prices you have to pay.
He's learning from the top.
Yes, because you're learning from the top. You might have to learn the hard way.
It should be easier to coach Juventus than coaching Brescia.
Radio Zanko, what if the season starts and Juventus don't get going?
He gets into trouble because he's not been there before.
The results are not coming. And that's why I said I think it's one of the prices he has to pay, because it could be very difficult as a young coach. You're just there. Is he going to be able to stick by his principles? Will he be able to stick to his guns? Mikel Arteta did something when he took charge of Arsenal that I really liked. And it was the fact that, yes, Arsenal won a couple of games, and then there were those games where Arsenal were not getting the results. Drew, lost, and it felt like, okay, maybe we need to change. But he just kept it and said, look, guys, whether you like it or not, this is how we're going to play. And that was something Unai Emery a seasoned coach couldn't do. He couldn't stick to his guns. He couldn't,
you see, let's find out what happens when the media gets on the neck of Mikel. That has not happened.
Ladies and do you think the media can get on his neck? Because he looks like someone who everybody likes. He's a nice guy. And if you won't find anything wrong with a nice guy. In fact, if he's doing bad,
that's what Lampard and Ole are enjoying.
Yes, that's what they're enjoying. The fact that they're nice guys.
But Mourinho, but when he's Mourinho now, the analysis is different. Do you know? But that's the reality. When it is time to analyze Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho, most of the times Jose Mourinho, the analysis, the narrative is different.
Yes. For instance, no one is saying that football has left Pep Guardiola.
No, some are still saying it. Some are still calling Pep Guardiola a fraud. They're still saying it. But when it comes to analyzing, I'm talking about the ex-players now, those ones that are into punditry. I have not seen them, give Ole or Lampard, Arteta, the same kind of stick they would ordinarily give to Mourinho.
The only person that's been fair all through is Roy Keane. That's the only person that's been fair. The rest, Paul Scholes sits in front. I mean, United have allegedly improved under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, despite having 15 less points and conceding 14 more goals than under Jose Mourinho. So I don't understand where the improvement comes from. So I think the media narrative also plays into it. I think that was one of the things that was Sarri's on doing at Juventus also as well.
Yes, ex-players did not like it.
They did
not understand. And it was, when Ronaldo was not playing well or was not playing in a particular position, it became an issue. And Sarri, on changing, on bending, maybe Pirlo, he is a yes man.
Pirlo would listen to his teammates.
Yes man.
Yes, is that kind of person.
It looks like Zidane is also a yes man.
Well, I think it would be unfair to call them a yes man. Yes man in the sense that there are people who listen. They take ideas. It's not their way or the highway. They're open to new suggestions. I mean, Jose Mourinho, that's one of the biggest issues.
He's not a yes man.
It's never been. It's either Mourinho's way or the highway. Sarri, it's either his way or the highway. Sir Alex Ferguson, it's either his way or the highway. Jurgen Klopp, it's either his way or the highway.
Sure, Jurgen Klopp is not a yes man.
No, to the club or to the players.
To everybody, he rarely gets into this. He rarely gets into trouble. You don't find he doesn't have problems with players. Doesn't have problems with management.
The problem is there's an image of Jurgen Klopp that everyone has, utopian image, and that's the image of the guy who stands on the touchline and is throwing his hands and he's doing everything.
Hugging everybody.
He's hugging everybody.
The journalists like him.
The journalists like
players like him. Everybody
exactly.
likes him.
Yes, he's a camera manager. I mean, he's just like Pep Guardiola, who is just sitting down and then the camera pans to him and then you see him jump on his feet and then he goes to meet the player and he's telling the player something. I mean, the cameras meet the media.
But that's not Mourinho.
But that's not Jose Mourinho. He doesn't care. Mourinho is he doesn't. In fact, for him, he doesn't care. A video was making the round last week and it was.
I met somebody not too long ago, and he talked about how Mourinho came to Nigeria and how it was perhaps the hardest thing she had to do all her life, managing Mourinho, just for a few days.
Jose never got to where he got to by conforming. He's never been the one to conform. I was watching the Tottenham Hotspur documentary, one of the episodes some days ago, and he said something. He said that we're going to play a system today. I was telling the players, and he said, if your former coach used it, he stole it from me. He said it with confidence because I started it. I mean, a coach that comes with such arrogance, he's making the players feel different. It's different. It's a different, case entirely. And that's the reason why I think for someone like Pirlo, from the get-go, he needs to stamp his authority on the team. He needs to make everyone know that, look, yes, as much as I'm your friend, I'm also the gaffer, I'm the boss here. And I think that's one of the things that Arteta, I'm going to go back to him, was trying to send, the message was trying to send to Mesut Ozil that, look, we played together, we won the FA Cup together. That was then. Now, I'm no longer your friend. I'm no longer your teammate. I'm your friend. Yes, we talk. You won't be surprised if you see Arteta and Ozil still talk. You won't be really surprised. But when it comes to football, we're not on that front. I'm the gaff. I'm the one that gets to make the decisions. If things go wrong, who's going to get fired? Mikel Arteta. Mesut Ozil is going to stay on at the club, and I think that's what Pirlo needs to do from the beginning. And I think that's why Lippi's saying, from as a person, as a man, the man, Andrea Pirlo, the man, will be a success.
Okay, let's see if we can squeeze in more calls. It's all about the talking points. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
My name is Emeka.
Emeka, good to have you this afternoon.
Mr. Tosin and Mr. Josh, the two musketeers on radio. Yeah. Good afternoon to you. Let's put aside Andrea Pirlo for him. That's a question. Is age and being a former footballer enough to be a coach? Now, let's look at the hierarchy or the mentality of the Juventus hierarchy. They are the same people that hired Mr. Sarri, right?
Yes.
Right. And they hired him because they felt, okay, he just won the Europa League title with Chelsea, and that happens to be his first trophy. He has a lot of experience in Italy with Napoli. So based on that, they have to appoint him. But to this day, it is a bizarre appointment. It's a bizarre appointment because they forgot the fact that this man is too rigid when it comes to the Sarri ball experiment, which he tried at Chelsea and it didn't really work. Forget about the fact that he won the Europa League with Chelsea. That's a different kettle of fish. Now, he won the Scudetto, but you and I know that the manner in which he won it was totally bizarre on his own, and he was given the boots. Now, they just appointed Pirlo. And why I'm saying this thing is because we have to look at the mindset of the Juventus hierarchy. Because as of recent, I'm questioning the kind of mentality they are having when it comes to appointment of coaches recently. Okay? Now, these are the same people that have just appointed Pirlo. Pirlo has not finished his coaching badges. Pirlo was just appointed an under-23 coach. And all of a sudden, somebody said, no, let's bring Pirlo into the frame. Perhaps he can be the one to salvage Juventus. You know, I'm not questioning the appointment, too. No, I'm not. But I'm saying, the question I ask myself is, why going through that terrain? Because in coaching, there is a process. Coaching is not just you wake up in the morning and say, I want to be a coach. It is a process. And I felt in giving him the under-23 coach, you are bringing him or giving him that level or process of being a coach, of giving that platform. But all of a sudden, you just said no. Cut off that under-23 appointment, let him get the main job, and he has not finished his badges. To me, that is even more bizarre than even appointing Mr. Sarri in the first place. Let me be very honest, completely. Okay, so for me, it's not enough, you know, because in coaching there is a process. The process means in coaching, intelligence matters a lot. There was a reason why Pep Guardiola stood out in Barcelona. What stood out is his clear intelligence, tactical intelligence. The same, I'm assured, Pirlo is very intelligent as an individual, you know. But as a coach, I felt he needed that kind of process to grow, because coaching is not just something you just do in one day. It takes time. So how much time they will give Pirlo for him to grow as a coach remains to be seen. That is my concern. Because the way and manner they fired Sarri, I wonder whether they will have the patience enough to even give this man the chance to grow as a coach at Juventus. It's a big job to handle. That is my concern. And I think
we followers of the game will have to be looking at this thing and be asking ourselves, where is the Juventus hierarchy going with this kind of action they just took? So we have to wait and see. But for me, age and experience as a footballer, they are not enough. What makes it the coaching even nice is intelligence. And when it's not just any intelligence, but tactical intelligence. And you just wake up, and you have to grow it. You have to cultivate it like a seed. I'm sure Juventus didn't give him that chance to grow. And to me, that could pose a problem for Pello at one stage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emeka, breaking things down very, very nicely. Hoping for the very best for Andrea Pirlo, and at the same time, hoping for the very worst for Andrea Pirlo. We can only but wish him well, but one thing is clear. Juventus have put their fate in him. It's a tactical gamble. Will it happen? Will it not happen? Time will tell. The Serie A will start not very, very far away. It will start very soon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tony.
What's your name?
My name is Abdul.
Abdul. Good afternoon, Abdul.
How's the weekend? Good afternoon, Mr. Josh and Josh. Sorry, and
Josh and Tosin.
Tosin.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, Tosin. Well, your points are. I don't know. Today, I'm not really feeling you like that, but Mr. Josh is doing well. The reason is this. Tosin, you're entitled to your opinions, but your opinion on Sanchez first. Opinions are not facts. And the fact is that Sanchez now in Inter Milan is still a shadow of himself. So if he still had a strong mentality, why is he not still doing well in Inter? That's one. But let's go to the Pirlo. Now you're saying Pirlo can do massively. You said he can do well. But the fact is, and okay, let's even look at the question, because we kind of deviate from the question without knowing. Even you guys there.
The question is, do you agree with Marcelo Lippi, who has looked at the age of Pirlo and his experience as a former footballer?
Yeah, and what Marcelo Lippi is saying, whether Pirlo can be the new Zidane or
yes,
something.
he can be like Zidane.
So let's look. If he's using Zidane as a blueprint, then why can't he now also look at the path Zidane follows, which is Zidane had experience of 2 years coaching the Castilla side before he was made the manager of Madrid. And let's look at it. All managers, whether it's Solskjaer, whether it's Lampard, whether it's even Di Matteo that won the Champions League, and they all had experiences here and there, either 1 or 2 years or a few stints with some clubs before they become managers. If Pirlo is now that Pirlo is now going to be the manager of Juventus, if he wins the trophy, he would even be the first manager ever with no experience to win a trophy for Juventus. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yes.
Now, now if you look at it, if you look at the scenario now, Zidane, he carried Castilla, and his exposure to that enabled him and gave him more confidence to be able to handle the Madrid squad. And if you look at the Juventus squad now, it doesn't have as good squad depth as Madrid's squad during that time. So now I know thinking outside the box sometimes works. Maybe that's what they are trying to do, think outside the box. But for you to use Juventus as a 5-star club, to now use it to test, to learn on the job for a club like that, you bring somebody in to learn on the job. I think it's not right. But let's see how it goes. But if your question saying that Zidane whether can be the next Zidane, from the facts, no, because they are not following the blueprints. They are using Zidane as a blueprint, but they are not following it well. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Zinedine Zidane, in fact, worked with 3 coaches before Zidane had about 6 years experience, from Mourinho to Ancelotti to Mourinho, Benitez, Ancelotti, right?
Mourinho, Ancelotti, Benitez.
So like 6 years, he was gradually, coming up until he became the coach of Real Madrid. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Josh and Sergio.
Good afternoon.
What's your name?
I will be calling.
Go on.
I think whether or not feeling is going to succeed at Juventus is back to the same. Juventus have tried sales managers in Allegri and Conte, and as well as Sarri, who is supposed to have won
Oh. We're looking at Lippi. Lippi has looked at the age of Pirlo and experience as a footballer, now a former footballer, and says that makes him like Zidane. He can be the Zidane of Juventus. Do you agree with Marcelo Lippi? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, he just beside you there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fema.
Yeah, my name is Timmy.
Timmy, go on.
Anthony, let me just say, someone like Marcelo, all these coaches, they have tested waters. They have been there, they have done. For Marcelo to come out and tell you that Pirlo is going to be a success. Yeah, you should consider it because look at the way Pirlo is even doing. Okay, let's look at the way he plays football. One look at the coach now. He's coordinating. Let me just be part boy in here. He's very passes the ball. The way he coordinates that midfield. You don't know this one na coach. So he has not done all those whatever they call the coaching this thing. But to me, I'm already seeing Pirlo is success.
Wait, I want to today now, Today now.
Yes.
You hear say Janet Raw. We sacked Janet Raw. We should just bring JJ because JJ was dribbling Raw and come and coach Super Eagles. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know, the way they play.
That means he could have been coach.
They don't be coach. Like.
What? Say what? Okay, if you don't like the option of JJ Kanu, we should bring Kanu to know the play. Okay, should now we bring Kanu to coach the team like that.
That was very good. I think what you say they play the coordinate people. They say you wrong go here, you wrong come here.
See, those that run our football, they gave them ambassadorial roles, not the coaching role. That's what they did to them. The others came and they gave them ambassador. You know, be say because you play ball, they'll just go carry you, come put you. Those are examples. You see, it takes intelligence, football intelligence, to play like Kanu or JJ. Kanu retired many years ago. I think he retired in 2010. JJ retired in 2006. 2010 to now is 10 years. JJ retired 14 years ago. We still find JJ. Because now in those were intelligent football players. Then Sabi. Now to come teach you what in then Sabi. Pirlo fit sabi everything as a player. You go fit teach. You go fit coach.
I think that's the challenge.
So if you look at the history of Nigerian football now, how many players sabi pass Kanu? But if you ask him, you know, we're just talking now. He's not a coach. Now he know why he no fit coach, because he know easy. JJ self no be coach. Now JJ know why he no fit coach. So, but it's not even enough. This one went to coaching school because he wants to coach. Are you saying if JJ goes to school or Kanu goes to school, he no go know theory?
No. I think it was in your interview with Freddie Kanute.
Yes.
Where Kanute was saying the same thing as well.
That playing is easy.
It's easy, exactly. That coaching is very, very difficult.
Freddie Kanute, by the way, is a certified coach. Do you know what he's doing? Mostly.
Management.
Now players agent.
Player management.
If Marcelo just come and say age and experience, you will be a success. You know, rich.
Yeah, I think he's just
not like I'm wishing him well bad. But you know, you can't say that. Say just let him coach his first game. Let him not be by play. If not by playing, who play past JJ and Kanu? They didn't coach. They don't go coach.
I think the idea that Lippi is probably trying to bring is
give him confidence.
Yes, and you know, you look at Pirlo.
That's Zidane that he used as example.
Yes,
Zidane started working at Real Madrid from 2010 until he became a full coach in 2016. That was 6 years after. From special advisor, technical director, assistant coach, coach of Casilla. He just name he don't play different roles. So by the time they gave him the job, you don't see him from administration, you don't see him from coaching, you don't see him from advisory. You can't use this as an example. It doesn't follow at all. This one never even graduate from school. How can you be a doctor from part 4? That's what they do.
I want to give an example. If I give the example,
Which example is that one?
it's like going to pick someone that is in SS3 and then he turned into a teacher straight up and say,
They were doing it before now.
Yeah, she was teaching.
Before. Then they do them now.
I think you know the reason why Juventus are doing this. They've done it before, and it worked when they did it before. And probably that is the reason why they are thinking, no, we did it before and it worked. Let's do it again. I think that's the reason why.
Okay.
I go back to 1980.
But Lippi should not be using this design example. No, that example is wrong.
Maybe you should have used the Zoff example. Because Dino Zoff...
Use the Arteta example.
You can't even use Arteta.
Arteta is wrong too.
Because
okay, Arteta was not even half the player Pirlo was.
But no, you can't. The truth is, you can't even use Arteta because Arteta learned under Pep Guardiola, and you would see that he probably was giving a lot to Pep Guardiola because when Pep Guardiola played against him, I mean, we saw what Pep Guardiola was doing on the touchline. We saw that.
But it is by that one. Some assistants don't learn well. Like Jose Mourinho was able to beat the master when they met.
Yes.
And Lampard was able to beat Jose Mourinho.
Yes.
So it tells you
Arteta too beat Pep Guardiola.
Right.
So
okay, let's take more calls. We'll take 2 more calls, and then we'll talk about something happening at Arsenal. 0700000889. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon.
The voice of Exalted.
Okay, Exalted. Exalted, is that your name? Your real name?
My name is Jeremiah, as the name of Jeremiah.
Okay, you now converted it to Exalted.
Huh? Just supposed to compare Pillow to Sunday Olise because in no length he has can't destroy us so time goes for us.
No, Sunday Olise, no, look at it twisted though. He was coaching, no?
He was coaching, yes.
Are you there?
He was a coach already. He has left, I think. Yes, yeah.
He was coaching.
He was coaching.
But one thing was clear, he was very detailed. Isabi theory.
He was not a traditional Nigerian coach.
Isabi book, he was coaching. Hello? 0700000889. Those are the numbers to call. Hello?
Hello?
Good afternoon.
This is Israel.
Israel, let's hear you.
Thank God.
Israel, go on.
This is my first caller.
You're the first time, okay. No, that bell for you.
My point of view is that I think Marcelo Lippi is just making me to feel somehow because I don't think the guy is really what the description that he has made over him. Because if you see, look at all the game I've worked under some coaches because before he can be there in Madrid. So you can see that he went to learn. There is very, very important thing by learning. So I think the guy have maybe spent like 2 years. Hello?
Go on.
I think if the guy have spent like 2 years in that under 23 before appointing as the head coach of Juventus, I think the guy can do great. But for now, even if he won the league in the first year, I don't think I can see his achieve because Juventus aim now is to win the Champions League. So I don't think I think the question what Michael Lippi should be saying is that in future the guy can be Juventus and can be the name of Juventus. But I don't think it's now. I think that should be what Michael Lippi should be saying. That in future the guy can be Juventus, revenge of Juventus.
Okay. I will take two more calls on this talking point. Zinedine Zidane, Marcelo Lippi won the World Cup with Italy in 2006. He's saying that Andrea Pirlo, the coach of Juventus, is like the Zidane, can be like the Zidane of Real Madrid. Do you agree? Hello. Joseph, you have to speak up a little. Your voice is very low. Speak up.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so do you agree that Pirlo, the way in they go, so he can be the Zidane of Juventus?
Fellow can read the debate. I'm really sure. I'm really sure of that.
You're sure of what?
I said I'm really sure of that. Fellow can read the game.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Your frequency of Champions Sports Radio 88.9 FM. It's the first Sunday of the new month, September. How y'all doing? This is Football Live. Let's quickly bring you up to speed with things happening in live football. Let's bring you up to speed and then we'll continue. In England, the EFL Cup has come and gone. After a penalty shootout, Brentford have knocked out Wycombe 2-1. Of course, 1-1 it finished after full and regulation time. At the end, the Brentford went on to win that game on penalties. South Africa, the Premier League, the relegation group, sad one there for Daniel Akpeyi. His team did not win the title there. Kaizer Chiefs, sad one there, they lost. And congratulations to Mamelodi Sundowns for winning. Ajax Cape Town are battling relegation, and after 45 minutes, they are playing goalless with Shakuma. Okay, let's of course tell you that club friendlies are also going on. Levante B and Hercules have played out a goalless draw international friendly. Nuremberg 2 and Ingolstadt 2 in Germany indeed has been postponed. Freiburg have beaten Górnik of Poland by 4-1. St. Pauli and of course Sunderland they're getting set. The DFB Pokal would kickstart German football next weekend, so they're getting set. Groningen of the Netherlands and Arminia Bielefeld of Germany. After 60 minutes, it's a 1-1 situation. I can tell you that Regensburg of Germany and Vorwärts of Austria are also playing this afternoon. It's a goalless situation. In Belarus, action has continued in that part of town, just to keep you up to date with some of the footballing action from far and wide. In Burundi, Vitao and Rukinzo are playing. 39 minutes, Vitao are playing at home and they are down by a lone goal to Rukinzo. In China, they call it the Super League. Tianjin Teda used to be the club side of Mikel Obi. They have lost to Shongin Lifan. And we're deep into extra time, stoppage time at the game between Wuhan Zal and Beijing Gua. 2-2 is the scoreline in that encounter. Just giving you updates from far and wide. Let's quickly go to Egypt, where the Premier League is on. Tanta are playing away at El Habi. It's a goalless situation. Talking about the league in Egypt. The Women's Super League in England. The Arsenal women's team took on Reading and they smashed them. 6-1 was the final scoreline. Brighton women are in action. They are taking on Birmingham women. It is goalless. It's a goalless situation in that part of town. Of course, that's the Super League for women. It has kicked off. Action has continued. Let's also tell you that Bristol women are losing to Everton women. That game, it is 2-0. 2-0 is the scoreline in that part of town. We'll go elsewhere in women's football in England, where Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham are in action. Halftime score, it is goalless. Manchester women and Chelsea women, of course, are also playing. It's also goalless. 21 minutes have been played. UEFA Nations League, Wales are playing against Bulgaria. It's a goalless situation at halftime. Wales are no goal, Bulgaria no goal. Talking about the UEFA Nations League, Hungary and Russia will play from 5 p.m. Ireland and Finland will also play from 5 p.m. and 7:45 it will be Serbia versus Turkey. Slovenia would also be playing in Group C in League C. League B, the one I just gave you. Slovenia take on Moldova. Kosovo will take on Greece. In League D, UEFA Nations League, Andorra are trailing at halftime. Andorra playing against the Faroe Islands. Malta will also be playing in League D. Malta will play Latvia. That's how it is. Let's tell you that in the regional football in Germany, Hamburg SV2 are taking on Limburger Hansa, and that game finished 1-1. Altona and Phoenix Lübeck are playing 1-1. We're into stoppage time. It has finished between Oberlang and TSV Haveles, 2-0 for the away side. St. Pauli lead Haida by a lone goal. They're in the 90th minute in that encounter, and it's all about the regional football in Germany. Germany, of course, has action also ongoing in the Bundesliga for women. Bayern Munich women are leading Sand women after 90 minutes. 6-0 is the scoreline. What the men can do, the women can do as far as Bayern Munich are concerned. Duisburg and Meppen are playing goalless 90 minutes. Eintracht Frankfurt women and Werder Bremen women 5-1. Eintracht Frankfurt lead that encounter. It is into stoppage time. The game between Potsdam and Hoffenheim women has ended 3-1 for the home side. Talking about Potsdam. Just giving you the live score situation and results from far and wide. Let's quickly go back to the talking points. But before that, let's go to the PVCA in the Hollands, in the Netherlands, because Excelsior have lost at home to Almere City. That game finished 6-4. It was a 10-goal thriller. In the first half, it was 3-4. Second half, 6-4 final scoreline. Very, very soon, Den Bosch will take on Dordrecht, and Helmond will face NAC Breda. That's in Holland. Action definitely going down in that part of town. Yes, our next talking point will be coming from Arsenal. We understand that West Ham have a Brazilian player. That Brazilian player has now been offered to Arsenal. They want Arsenal to take Felipe Anderson on loan. Yes, West Ham have reportedly offered Arsenal Brazilian midfielder, you can call him winger, Felipe Anderson on loan for a fee of £5 million. The Hammers want to free up their wage bill and get back some cash, and they want to rejig their squad. This is what David Moyes, their coach, has demanded. And Felipe Anderson has been identified. You can go on loan. We don't want to sell. Just go on loan, £5 million. If this loan happens, should Arsenal even go for him? What can he offer? What will he offer Felipe Anderson? Is he better than what they have?
The comparison I'll make here is I don't think he's a better player than Mesut Ozil. And if he's not a better player than Mesut Ozil, he's no longer the wonder kid he was at Lazio. He really wowed the Serie A, took the Serie A by storm. Nobody expected him to actually go to a club like West Ham. People probably thought he was a player who could play in the top 5 in the Premier League, or probably play in the top 3 in La Liga. Nobody saw him as a player who was probably going to make a move to the London Stadium in 2018, and everyone felt it was probably a wrong move. But I don't see him adding anything to the way Mikel Arteta wants to play. He's not a pressing winger. He does not press.
Is he better than what they have?
On the left wing, no.
Is he better than his compatriots? Is he better than Willian?
You can't say he's not better than Willian, because you can't say he's a better dribbler, and he's not consistent. He's not a consistent
player. Is he better than Pepe?
Of course not. He's not better than Pepe.
Is he better than Bukayo Saka?
Okay, he's better than Saka for sure. He's better than Saka for sure. But the question is he better than Mesut Ozil? I don't think he's better than Mesut Ozil as well.
Now I'm looking at his primary position at West Ham. He plays wide.
He plays wide.
Mesut Ozil plays in the center.
Yes.
The wide. I'm looking at the Arsenal wide players now. When you look at West Ham, for instance, he does not partner Declan Rice in the middle. Mark Noble and Declan Rice play primarily as central midfielders, and when he's fit, what's the name of their little diminutive midfielder? Lanzini. Manuel Lanzini from Argentina plays in an attacking sense in the center of their midfield. When Felipe is fit, he plays wide.
Yes, he plays on the left. Mikel Antonio plays as a centre forward. He's probably the one that's even he's caused that push. I think the reason why Moyes doesn't want him is because he's a Rolls-Royce midfielder. He's a Rolls-Royce winger. He will not press. He doesn't score a lot of goals. He's not. He doesn't have the numbers. Probably you say maybe because of a team like West Ham, but he doesn't have the numbers. And I don't think he's the kind of player that at the moment would fit into what Arteta wants to mold Arsenal into. Arteta's building a machine, and in that machine, I mean, you look at the other target that Arsenal had for this position, and that was Wilfried Zaha. Is he better than Wilfried Zaha? I don't think he is. Especially given in the Premier League, I don't think he's better than Wilfried Zaha. Zaha would provide definitely more, a more physical, a more powerful option than Felipe Anderson. So, if I were Arsenal, I'd rather go for Wilfried Zaha than go for Felipe Anderson. I don't think the only thing that probably might appeal to Arsenal is the fact that it's a loan move and there's a loan fee attached. Apart from that, I don't think he will contribute anything to Arsenal. He won't make the team better. Is he going to win more points for Arsenal? Is he going to? He comes to play in a position whereby Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is the certified starter.
If he joins Arsenal and he plays on the left wing, it means Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang will go central.
Yes, and will become less effective. Because if you look at Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang on the left and the number of goals he scored from the left, I mean, it means that Mikel Arteta loses someone who presses the ball in front, Alexandre Lacazette. And by default...
So he has nothing to offer Arsenal?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't see him contributing anything to this current Arsenal.
Whether as an attacking midfielder or as a winger?
I'm sorry to say, Rangers, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, we're looking at Felipe Anderson, who may join Arsenal because David Moyes wants him to go out on loan. He has been offered to Arsenal. Should Arsenal get him? What will he offer Arsenal, the Brazilian? He has 2 caps for Brazil. 2 caps. Is he better than what they currently have? Felipe Anderson. Is he Arsenal material? Talking about the former Lazio man. Hello.
Anthony Beck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I greet your counterpart here. Good afternoon, guys.
So, what's your name?
Obi Zenas is my name.
Obi Zenas. Do you know Felipe Anderson of West Ham? You know him?
Yes, I do. Because I want to reply to what your partner is just saying. I don't understand him. And you are asking him, Anthony, is Silva better than Saka? He said yes. And Saka is very great in Arsenal right now as we stand. Curry goes very well. I don't know where you dive into. If you have if you're opportunity to come to Arsenal, let him come. We do want that.
Does he have okay, does he have anything to offer Arsenal? Felipe Anderson, the Brazilian. Is he better than the players Arsenal currently have? Bukayo Saka is one for the future. He just starts. Felipe Anderson, if you know him from those days as a player of SS Lazio, he was hot. Played for the under-20 side of Brazil, and he was doing stuff. Hello. Hello. 0700000889. Those are the numbers this afternoon if you want to be a part of Football Live. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Fatai.
Fatai. Felipe Anderson. Can he offer Arsenal anything?
Yes, I know him.
Arsenal, should Arsenal go for him?
No, not at all. I don't see maybe the guy can produce what Arsenal needs. Instead of the guy, I should go for Thomas Partey.
Partey cost now.
I know. They said they need to move some player out before they can get the guy.
But as they don't want the players in call.
Let them do their best, but I'm not sure if maybe decision is the right thing for Arsenal now.
Okay, You say Thomas Partey. Atletico Madrid say they don't want the. Arsenal have offered them 2 players. They say they don't want. Give us cash, 45 million. If Arsenal give Atletico Madrid 45 million now, Thomas Partey will be their player. Well, that's the truth. Arsenal won't give them player plus cash. They say they don't want Fun and Luwu. Give us the money. Don't they say how Chelsea they do their own? Yes, they are just flexing their financial muscles. Just they spend money. Frank Lampard. I would like to have that thing Frank Lampard used when he was going to have that meeting with Baba. Baba just say, he just signed the check. All of you saying that Kai Havertz is not coming. He don't come. They've unveiled him. People were saying that the Kai Havertz. Somebody even told me that the money that he used in buying data just to hear or read stories about Kai Havertz, he used to buy the player. They don't buy him. Chelsea, they can spend. I'm sure whenever Jose Mourinho is now, say, so Chelsea can spend money like this. Other managers, Frank Lampard, if you see the shoulder pad, if Frank Lampard is working for streets, other managers just ask, how did he do it? How did he do it? No manager has had it that good in the history of the Premier League.
COVID times,
even COVID, you don't affect Chelsea. Chelsea get money. Chelsea, if you're a Chelsea fan, just stand up. Stand up where you are. Raise up your hand. You people have money. Hello, Chelsea get money. Transfer ban. You know they affect Chelsea. FFP, no lie. They affect Chelsea. Hello,
Mr. Tony, good afternoon.
I greet you.
This is Adams. Please, there is something I would like to talk to you for.
Wait, does it concern this thing that we're talking about?
Yeah, concerning Arsenal as a whole.
Wait, I want to understand. You want to tell the Arsenal board to buy players, right?
I'm not sure. Arteta is there to do something. Felipe Como. Wait,
who said Arteta is not there to do anything? Did they try?
No, I'm going somewhere. Because there is an argument between me and some people in my place.
Don't argue again, no. Please.
No, Mr. Tony, they are hearing me now. I just want you to clarify that.
Okay, talk. No, you can't say I'll go and talk. Wait. If I go talk now, I talk in favor of those people. They now beat you. I'm not there.
No,
I'm not there.
Mr. Tony.
Okay.
You see, Arsenal had the fourth coach when after Wenger left, Unai Emery. After Unai Emery, Frederick Lampard. Defend those guys, those coaches we are using there. Arteta came in. You the same boys won the FA Cup in a period of how many matches? Things have already spoiled when he took over. Few different boys managed them. He won the FA Cup and he won the Community Shield.
Okay.
You know, they were arguing that Liverpool don't carry league before we beat them. But I see them, after defeating Man City, defeated Liverpool, we met Chelsea on the final, and we still defeat the Premiership.
So, what's your question now?
Thank you. I just want, I want you to analyze both Arteta, Frank Lampard, and the coach of Man United with the space. I want you to analyze how good Arteta is and those people that is coming in now, what he's going to do. That's what I just mean.
I answer my question now. If Felipe joins Arsenal, can he do anything? Does he have anything to offer?
You see, Arsenal have lacked something which I have seen. They don't have bench. You know, sometimes when I'll be watching Arsenal, I'll be seeing Raw in Nketiah pull up the bench. See, if they want to get Felipe 3, let them come. I want, you know, when you see your first 11, you will see the bench. You know, when this one go out, this one coming in, you say, I beg, I need anybody that want to come that is good. Let them come. Arsenal need them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. You want me to talk about the three coaches. Progress we've seen progress, but obviously the biggest room in the world is the room of improvement. Mikel Arteta has done well. He has surpassed expectations, but he has also done poorly in some instances. When he took over, top 4 was still doable for Arsenal. It was still doable, but at the end, he missed out because he could not win the games he should have won. When he took over, Arsenal were still in the UEFA Europa League. They did the hard part, which was to win at Olympiacos, but they got dumped out at home. Did they win that game or draw? They drew at Olympiacos. They won at Olympiacos and lost at home. Yes, so if you look at all of that, you want to put question marks. If you look at Chelsea started the season very, very poorly. Lost 4-0 to Manchester United, but somehow Frank Lampard still navigated Chelsea and they finished above Arsenal. Man U and Chelsea finished on the same number of points. Man U finished on goals difference. It is very, very hard to. All the 3 coaches have potential. I'm not about to tell you that Arteta is better than Lampard because he's not. I'm also not about to tell you that Arteta is better than Ole because he's not. They are in the same class. The 3 of them, they are in the same class. Let us now judge Arteta. He's starting the season full now. Let's see what he can do over a full season. But the small one that he did when he took over after Unai Emery and Ljungberg had, done damages, he tried. Now the full season is starting now. Arsenal don't have the kind of transfer. Arteta does not have the kind of transfer kitty that Lampard has. The same thing for Ole. But Ole don't spend money the previous season. Spent well. Got the Bissaka join. So whatever Lampard is doing now, Ole don't do too. Let Arteta do in his own. The sad part with Arteta now is at a disadvantage. He does not have the kind of spending power that Ole and Lampard have. How much did they get Maguire? How much did they get Bissaka? How much did they get Bruno Fernandes? By the time you add everything, it is near the amount when Lampard don't spend. So imagine Lampard spending 230 million, Ole spending 200 million. How much has Arteta spent? How much did they get Mangales? How much did they get Pablo Mari? How much did they get Cedric Suarez? Those are the players he bought now. Ordinarily, Man U will not buy those players. Chelsea will not buy Suarez. They will not. Maybe they'll buy Mangales. They will not buy Pablo Mari. Man City bought Mari. They couldn't use him. When you don't go, Arsenal go bring him. So, but these 3 coaches, let's wait for them. The whole full season. Come and ask me that question again. But right now they are in the same class. One came 3rd in the class. The other one came 4th in the class. But when the other one wrote common entrance, his score was higher. So it means, why are you laughing? No, Lampard came 4th in the class, primary 6B. What's his name? Ole came 4th.
Yes.
No, sorry. Lampard came 4th. Ole came 3rd, primary 6B. I think they were 9th or so, I'll be 8th in the class. But when they wrote common entrance, Arteta, he does not have scientific calculator. He's using normal calculator. You know how we're in school now? Some of us, we don't have the same number of supplies. Not what they buy for you, my parents, because we don't have the same kind of parents. But we write the same exam and we're in the same class. What you now do at the end of the season is very, very important. You see, Frank Lampard has a very rich dad. Everybody is looking at his wardrobe. He's showing off all the beverages, sugar, everything is inside. If you look at Ole own too, but Arteta cannot show. They don't have. It's a mushy boy. The other ones, they are from VI. That's the difference. So, and you know the day. They are in the same class, so don't go be arguing again. No, the same thing. They're older than Arteta self. Hello, good afternoon. 0700 00889. Who's this one? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Anthony,
I greet you. Good afternoon.
I mean, like analysis, so I mean, yeah.
What's your name? What's your name? Nobody let me there with you.
Ademola.
Ademola, I have Tosin here. Josh stepped out. Man, Tosin there now.
Okay, Tosin Alpha.
Yeah, good afternoon, Fema.
Good afternoon.
So we are looking at Felipe Anderson. Can he offer Arsenal anything? That Brazilian. Get hell out of here.
Anthony. I want to ask him, is he loan or
loan? They want to loan him 5 million.
Okay. I think he will offer Arsenal something. He will offer Arsenal something. And I want to ask him to buy that with Mawa. Hello?
Go on.
I want them to buy that Arsenal midfielder, that young midfielder. I will give them Gondouzi. You see Arsenal next season.
You say Awa. Which Awa? They say now. Say Arsenal not get the money now.
No, they want to Saudi now.
Well, they say they don't want this.
Nah, they want to Saudi.
Okay.
I mean, they do that Thomas Partey. You don't finish. Maybe we spend money pass. They need something.
Who tell you?
Yes, man.
Now in Liverpool and Man City win.
Nah. So shall we sell the oil you like last season? You don't need anything. I need to afford anything.
Okay. Sports Radio 88.9 Bila FM. But you know that when you spend, it's almost a guarantee that you win. Those that don't even spend at all, they struggle. But those that spend, if you go to Germany, now one of the reasons why Bayern they beat all of them, Bayern 9 is spend parts for Germany. They buy all the big players, put them there. Why is it Barcelona and Real Madrid? Now then they spend pass. Atletico Madrid just a try. Hello. It is still Sports Radio 88.9 Bila FM. It is still Football Live. Hello. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Jolomi.
Jolomi, where now?
Yes, I think it's a good addition if we can get Anderson. And the reason I'm saying that is because Arsenal, like you rightly mentioned, we don't have that spending power that Chelsea and the rest top 4, top 5 have. So at this point in time, if we can get a big enough squad for him to contain FA Cup, Carling Cup, Europa, and the Premier League, that's exactly what we need. Anderson is one of the best players in West Ham. So getting someone like that in our team would help. There's no way we look at it. And fatigue will come into Arsenal season. People will get injured. It's normal. So with someone like Arteta, who is not used to big spending per se like that, he would know how to manage what he has and let Arsenal get the best of it. If Arsenal comes out with top 4 this season, we've done excellently well. Excellently well.
Jolomi, wait, are you an Arsenal fan?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't hide it. I'm an Arsenal fan.
Okay.
But I'm also looking at the reality. There's no point us saying that we're looking at buying people that we cannot afford. I don't like hearing it when they're saying they're going for Thomas Partey. They want to add some players. So me, I'm like, don't even bother, because you can't sustain this kind of thing. Going forward, look for the few players you can get. Look at people like Ajax, but they do it now. We see them do it. Wolves can do it. So you can. Arteta has that kind of mentality and tactics. Let him try and do that. We don't have to always buy big players all the time.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Jolomi. Let's quickly go for a break. We'll come back after this timeout. Stay with us.
Hello, this is Heidi Gabrasalasi. Hi, I'm Machilis Mefura.
My name is Jeremy Mikel. My name is...
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Heidi Gabrasalasi. Hi, I'm Machilis Mefura.
My name is Jeremy Mikel. My name is Danny Jordan. My name is
audio. Football Live on Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. Send your comments now to our Facebook fan page, Sports Radio Brilla FM. Our Twitter handle at Brilla FM 889 with the hashtag Football Live or email footballlive@brillafm.net. Hurry now, send your comments and be heard.
Football Live, Football Live, Football Live. September the 12th will see the return of Football Live here on Brilla FM. It's the 7th season of bringing you all the goals, action and controversy from around Europe's top leagues. Football Live promises to be even more fast-paced, bringing you even more scores and even more information on all of the top teams and big-name stars.
It's a very, very good moment in my life, and it was an incredible ride to get here.
There will be new managers, new players and even some new teams, but the same excitement will be brought to you each Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Big questions remain, like who will win the big titles?
Next season will be completely different. Start everyone from zero, and we have to show, the first to Liverpool, but especially for ourselves, that we can do it.
Who will stay up?
To be honest, it feels better than getting promoted last year in the playoffs. To stay up is a magnificent achievement for everyone.
And which players will shine?
Almost in every club I had some of the best, and of course Harry is second to none.
So make sure you join us again for the new season of Football Live from September the 12th, bringing you, the Brilla listeners, the best football coverage around.
Football Live, our proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM has gone beyond one league. How many do you want? Brilla FM, what others wish they were. Brilla FM, a complete deal.
Here we go, latest Real Madrid headlines. I'm Tom Hill. We'll start with the news with Brahim Diaz, and he's confirmed his loan to AC Milan on Friday. He'll have the opportunity to play consistently for one of the biggest clubs in Italy. The young attacker has talked to Milan's official TV channel about the move and insists that Zinedine Zidane has been very good to him. Said, I've been coached by the likes of Pep Guardiola and Zidane. I know that both of them have played in Italy. Zidane was very good to me at Madrid and spoke highly of Italy in the Serie A, and he loves the city of Milan. Said, my first impression is a very good one. You can tell how big the club is in Italy. It's a privilege to be able to play for this great club with such an amazing history behind it. And it's an honour to be in this great team. Moving on then into other news, and a signing that has got away from Madrid is that of Donny van der Beek. He joined Manchester United earlier this week, and according to youth coach Ajax, or former youth coach Ruben Jonkind, he would have been a disaster at Real Madrid. The Netherlands international swapped life in Amsterdam for Lancashire after agreeing a 5-year contract. He might have gone to Solskjaer's first sign this summer after he made a creative midfielder a priority. The Red Devils have won the race for the midfielder with Real Madrid, Tottenham and Barcelona all interested, but the coach insists he would not have had a good time at the Bernabeu. And he's gone on to say he'll be challenged. He likes a challenge. I think it's better than for the one that moved to Kluivert for Roma. That was too early. It's a good club. I think it's a great choice, much better than Real Madrid. That would have been a disaster. He's quoted as saying, and Ryan Giggs has spoken about the potential form and fitness issue with Gareth Bale. He reckons the Welsh star is just rusty after falling out of favour at Real Madrid and will once again find his feet. The £600,000 a week ace is looking to move on from Real Madrid, being frozen out by Zinedine Zidane. And Giggs insists that his form is about to drop because of his pure lack of game time, and he's still got the ability to shine once he finds his magic touch. That's all them for latest headlines. We'll have more news later.
Brilla FM, a complete deal. Live, our proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM has gone beyond one league. Brilla FM, what others wish they were. Brilla FM, a complete deal.
Here we are, latest Arsenal headlines. I'm Tom Hill. Torino's interest in Lucas Torreira is genuine according to their president. Speaking to the media, President Urbano Cara confirmed they're considering Lucas Torreira, but he's not the only target. Italian journalist Fabrizio Romano claims Fiorentina are also in talks to sign the player. Reports claim Torino's interest is serious and has been for several weeks. Arsenal are still pushing for a permanent sale. Selling Torreira is one of the best players, of course, and best ways to raise funds. He'll get hoping around 20 million euros or more, which the club hope can boost other areas of the squad. Ivan Lacazette is keeping Arsenal supporters guessing over his future after issuing a cryptic response to speculation that he could be on his way out. The 29-year-old striker had his worst season yet in front of goal for the Gunners last term, scoring just 12 goals in all competitions. Mikel Arteta is open to selling the forward to raise funds for further signings. Atletico Madrid are keeping close tabs on the situation after missing out on him back in 2017. Lacazette poured cold water on rumours of a possible departure last month and reassured the club's fans that he was his dream club. Of course, he's spoken on Instagram since, and when the fans have responded, put in one word, stay, Lacazette responded with a cheeky wink emoji, with many supporters suggesting that's the way he could be showing that he is staying. No official confirmation for anybody at the club, but there is confirmation earlier this week that Dani Ceballos is staying on loan. He's the latest individual that is backing Mikel Arteta to make Arsenal a top English side again. Willian and Gabriel Magalhaes have been joined by Ceballos as they look to a successful campaign this season, and according to the Spaniard, Arteta is the right man. So I think everyone can see what Arteta is doing at the club. He's only been here for 8 months. There were 3 competitions we could fight for. We got knocked out in the Europa League. We won the FA Cup and Community Shield, which were well-deserved titles. It's what he's created here. There's real positive energy in the dressing room. The players are happy, and everyone is doing their bit, he said. That's all then for the latest headlines. We'll have more news later.
Brila FM, a complete deal. Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store. Take Brila anywhere, everywhere on your handset. Live, our proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM has gone beyond one league.
Football Line.
Be part of the biggest football package on radio. Football Live on Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. Send your comments now to our Facebook fan page, Sports Radio Brila FM. Our Twitter handle at Brila FM 889 with the hashtag Football Live, or email footballlive@brilafm.net. Hurry now, send your comments and be heard.
Football Line. Football Line. Football Line.
Brila FM, what others wish they were. Brila FM, a complete deal.
Here are your latest Chelsea headlines. I'm Tom Hill. We'll start with the news that reports claim Chelsea are now at a crucial stage of their deal to talk Drain goalkeeper Edouard Mendy into joining the club. The Blues have had a busy summer with Timo Werner, Hakim Ziyech, Ben Chilwell, Thiago Silva and Kai Havertz all joining the club on a first-team basis. According to reports, the journalists, Chelsea are at a key stage in their negotiations. They believe Mendy will be a key replacement for Kepa Arrizabalaga. Reports suggest that the talks in the next couple of days could reach a real sticking point and then be pushed through. They're very close to finalising those last few personal terms in order to tempt Mendy to join the Premier League outfit. Chelsea striker Michy Batshuayi will reportedly be offered a new contract before heading out on loan. None of the Premier League clubs are interested in the Belgian. Batshuayi was handed chances in the first team last season under Frank Lampard. After Timo Werner joined this window, the 26-year-old is now further down the pecking order up front and is effectively fourth choice behind Werner, Tammy Abraham and Olivier Giroud. And Chelsea do not want to lose the striker next season on a free. They're willing to offer him an extra £15,000 a week before shipping him out on loan. It's not thought that whether Batshuayi will take the contract should his first team chances be limited. Wales manager Ryan Giggs has hinted that he's told Ethan Ampadu to consider seeing a transfer away from Chelsea in order to play more regularly. The Blues youngster has long looked a top prospect but has failed to make a first-team breakthrough at Stamford Bridge, all whilst on loan at RB Leipzig. Ampadu certainly looks like a player who should be getting more minutes in the Premier League, and Giggs admits that he's urged him to try and find as many match minutes as possible, even if it means leaving Chelsea. That's all them for the latest headlines. We will have more news later.
Brila FM, a complete deal. Live, our proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM has gone beyond one league. Live, our proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM has gone beyond one league. How many do you want? How many do you want?
Welcome back, still Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. It is still Football Live. Josh is still very much in the building, Tosi as well, and this time we're looking at something from the domestic scene. One man turned 40 today. This man, of course, played football in Turkey, played football in Belgium, played football, of course, in the EPL. Today, he's an assistant coach of the Super Eagles. Joseph Yobo today turned 40. What we're going to do here is very, very simple. We're going to celebrate Joseph Yobo. Joseph Yobo, of course, when international football returns next month. And then we take on Tunisia and Cote d'Ivoire. Other things being equal, we'll sit beside Super Eagles technical advisor on the bench, Janet Raw. Remember, he's an assistant coach. So Nigeria is not, we've not been left behind. It's a current trend. It's a trend. Ex-players are getting opportunities at club level, at national team level, and Joseph Yobo indeed is getting an opportunity. Haven't played for the team, haven't won the Nations Cup with the team. Joseph Yobo is now an assistant coach. He's 40 today, September 6. Josh and indeed FJ, Tosi, what are the memories you have when you remember Joseph Yobo, maybe for club, country? What do you remember? Your most memorable game.
My first memory of Joseph Yobo was Nigeria 99.
When he played as a striker?
Yes, the Under-20 World Cup.
Flying Eagles.
The Flying Eagles, that was my first memory. But my best memory of Yobo, we actually lost that game, was that cross to Julius Agawa, the 2002.
Okay, that assist.
Yes, FIFA World Cup.
And that was the only goal we scored.
That was the only goal we scored in that World Cup. I think that's what makes it special, and I'm quite sentimental about that goal because I really liked the whip on the cross, the way, he ran more than half the length of the field, and then he gets to the byline and then whips in a very beautiful cross in, and Agawa gets on the end of it, fine finish, and it looked like we were on our way to win.
And then they equalized.
And then we lost. But for me, that is one moment I really cherish. And the last moment, I think everyone...
2013 win, Nigeria won the Nations Cup.
We won the Nations Cup. And that moment, the moment where I really, really liked from that particular triumph was when he won the trophy and he didn't want to give it back.
You know the interesting thing about Joseph Yobo? You talked about Nigeria 99, where he was a striker. And then that World Cup, if you remember, Joseph Yobo played in 3 positions.
Yes.
He played 3 games of that World Cup and he played in 3 positions: right back, centre back, and defensive midfield. So he goes to tell you about his versatility. He became the man in the middle when he was playing for Everton, the first Nigerian to play all 38 matches
in the Premier
League season. I think he has done something like that too. Or he did 37.
37, not 38. It's just Yobo is
tells you also about his fitness.
Yes, tells you about and the funny part is only in the Premier League history, apart from Steve Bruce, John Terry, and Virgil van Dijk. I mean, the only thing that Yobo could have probably wished was to win the title. The other 3 players in that category to have played every single game of a league season were those 3 players, the other 3 defenders that have done that were those three defenders. World-class defenders as well. Yobo was unstoppable. In his peak, Yobo would shot any defense. Would shot any attack. Sorry, peak Yobo was a great defender, right back, centre back. I really liked when it was a right back, and when he switched to centre back, I was wondering, why is Yobo playing as a centre back? I'm pretty sure they'd probably played as a left back as well if he was called to play as a left back. Selfless player, and he probably explained why he was the captain of the Super Eagles for such a long time. I wish he had a lengthier career. The 2014 World Cup, the defeat against France probably was not the best way to leave competitive football as a Nigerian, but fantastic. I really, really love Joseph Yobo, and I hold him in high regard.
Joseph Yobo is 40 today. Josh, you have any great memories of Joseph Yobo? You surely would have one or two.
Definitely, I would say when I met him in person, but that's just me being a bit cocky or something. But anyway, there's a Yobo phenomenal player. I think one of the most underrated.
Is it Centurion?
Yeah, the first Nigerian male footballer to get that 101.
It's a record he shares with Vincent Eyama
and Maureen Madu, if you want to add the Super Falcons as well. So Joseph Yobo, I think he's a legend, and hindsight has made people actually realize how invaluable Yobo is, or let's say was, as a player to the national team. Yobo, like we've all said, he could play in multiple positions. He was a leader. He was always there. And one advantage that Joseph Yobo had is that it seems like he just knew how to stay away from injuries. He was relatively injury-free. He was always available right from when he made his debut in the national team in 2001. We first saw him in Nigeria 99, played with Julius Agawa up front. So that's how the telepathy between both players came to fruition. But then I would say that my favorite moment for Joseph Yobo should be, in fact, I would say there are three basically, because there were 3 games that we needed a win. We so desperately needed a win for World Cup qualification. One of those particular World Cup qualifiers, we did not qualify for tournament. That's when he scored against Algeria in 2006. But then the games against Sierra Leone and Equatorial Guinea, a 2-1 lead to draw 2-2 in raids in Tunis. So fine, we know that fate also played its part, and the good luck of Shuaib Amnodu, who is one of the most underrated coaches to ever coach the Super Eagles, and unfortunately for him, never actually coached in the World Cup, even though he qualified the country to 2 World Cups. I just think that Joseph Yobo, for his ability to be Nigeria's Sergio Ramos, to defend, to command everybody in the defense, to lead by example, and to also go up front and score the goals, bang the goals. Joseph Yobo, I would say, is one of the top 3. If not top 2 behind Stephen Keshi. Maybe I just love the man as a player and as a coach, as one of the best defenders ever to grace the football field for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He's a living legend. He's a legend. There will never be another Joseph Yobo. There may be someone else to take over that 101 caps. He said he's wishing Akmal Musa becomes the person to break that record when Overdose had him on the IG Live a couple of months ago. We all hope that someone surpasses that record, but for now, for eternity, forever and ever, till infinity and beyond, Joseph Yobo was the first man to make 100 appearances for the Super Eagles, was also the first man to make 101 appearances for the Super Eagles. That will never, ever be taken away from him forever and ever. And so, congratulations to Joseph Yobo once again for that record. And also, Joseph Yobo, we definitely would see how he would fare as the assistant manager of the Super Eagles, and maybe as the manager of Super Eagles in the future.
Yes, indeed. Joseph Yobo, some few months ago, in fact in February, just before lockdown, was appointed assistant coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We're looking at his time as a football player. His coaching career is about to start, or has started, and it should take off fully next month when Nigeria play those games against Tunisia and Cote d'Ivoire. What's that game? What are those games you remember? He played 101 times for Nigeria, countless times for club, but for Nigeria, 101. He's a centurion. Which games do you always remember? 0700 00889. I have Josh here and I have Tosin. Both men have talked about the games that they remember. What about you? Hello? Hello? 0700 Those are the numbers to call. I better still, you can also hit us on Facebook. Sports Radio Brila FM is the page address.
Good evening, Tosin. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm Kure by name.
Okay.
You people, I just have to say congratulations to just a year ago. As you've got this topic. But I just want to ask one question. You people have played football. It doesn't mean you're a good player and you become a coach. I want to know where did Joseph Yobo obtain his certificate of coaching that they give him that position to do?
As at the time they gave him the job, he was not certified, and then he gave assurances that he will go to school, coaching school, and get his badges. Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
That's what I've answered you now. I say, as at the time they gave him the job, he was not certified. He was not a certified coach, but he has agreed to go to coaching school.
Okay, that's a wonderful thing.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Joseph Yobo has agreed to go to coaching school. And remember, he's assistant coach of the Super Eagles. 0700 00889. What are your memories when you look at that? He played for Nigeria 101 times. What are those memories you keep? What do you think? Which do you think was his best game for the Super Eagles? From the Flying Eagles to the Super Eagles, he played for Nigeria 6 times, or 6 Nations Cup appearances or attendance. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
What's your name?
My name is Sani from my level.
Just your name we need. Go on.
My name is Sani.
Oh, go on.
Hello?
Go on, Sani.
Yeah. My opinion is that I just be good for us not to sign that Philip.
Okay. Sani, we've passed Felipe Anderson. We're talking Joseph Yobo now. Let me quickly go to Facebook. We're looking at Joseph Yobo. The joint, he has the joint most caps. When you look at Nigerian football, it's an accolade, or it's a feat he shares with Vincent Enyama. 101 times. He played 101 times for Nigeria. The same story when you look at Vincent Enyama. What's that game? Your best memory of the former Everton, Marseille, Standard Liège, Fenerbahce, and Super Eagles defender. What's that thing you remember? He loved to wear jersey number 2 when he was playing for the Super Eagles. Maximus Chichebem says, Joseph Yobo became so popular at Everton, but my best memory of him was when he lifted the African Cup of Nations in 2013 as captain of Nigeria. I have Newton James says that today, I always remember the day he refused to release the cup on time for others to celebrate after our victory against Burkina Faso in 2013. Victor Ikechukwu Ofumba says, Joseph Yobo played a game in the colours of Everton and scored an own goal. That's what he remembers. We say best game. How can that one cannot be the best game? Peter Mai says, I remember his long-range shots and always running to the final third during counter-attacks and corners in the Super Eagles jersey. Probably he defines why he started football playing from a striking position before he was converted. Izuchukwu Saviour says, I remember his assist for Agawa in the World Cup in Korea, Japan, that game against Sweden. Ibrahim Enejo says, I love him during his EPL days, and I remember a certain match he marked out Didier Drogba. Okay. Precious Al-Hassan says that the year he played all 38 matches for Everton without missing a single minute, I always remember. I have Brian Uche says, I love... Okay, thank you very, very much. Eze Chukwu Ifeanyi says that the winning goal he scored against Man United in 2011, the 2011-2020 season in the EPL. Everton won that game 1-0 at Old Trafford. I remember that game. Kiki Moni says, I can't forget his own goals and the day he scored against my beautiful club, Chelsea. Igwe Peter Njoko says, I remember, okay, thank you very much. I remember his leadership. Chisom Raphael says, happy birthday to Captain Yobo. Fidelity Oxe says, okay, thank you very, very much. We say best game. You know, yeah, now is it not clear enough? 0700 0000889. Hello.
This brother Anthony, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Joseph, go on the line.
Joseph, go on.
Please, I remember my memory was 2002, correct, Japan 2002, where he made that assist to Agawa. When Agawa scored the boy, they told me to me, Agawa, that was my memory. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM is still the station. And of course, this is Football Live. We're paying tributes to Joseph Yobo. Of course, former captain of the Super Eagles, current assistant coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and one man who played 101 times for Nigeria. What say you when you look at his career as captain and player of the Super Eagles? You have any game in particular that you want to remember, his best games? Can you remember? If you can remember, let us know as you contribute this afternoon. Michael Obasi says that assist for Agawa in 2002 is fresh on my mind. Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Demokinda of Macaulay.
Okay, go on.
I remember Joseph Yobo, the day he won the African Cup of Nations. He leave the cup for other people to carry. Baba seized the cup. Baba during my last game with that day, 9 for the back. Thank you very much. Anthony, you know they like to star people. I don't know what to do you.
Why you go talk so?
If you don't ask your master, I die every day all over the world. Once I see you, I need time for your master. When you don't
wait, today now.
Today, you did good, sharp.
You see yourself. You see yourself.
Bye bye.
Okay. Say I don't like I do. I don't like the truth. I can't tell the truth now. You know, but like, okay. Sports Radio 88.9 FM. Let's take more calls. It's all about Joseph Yobo. Today he's of course 40. How time flies. Just yesterday he was playing for the Flying Eagles. See today now. Babadoni.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Atin.
I greet you.
I'm very satisfied with your program, sir.
What's your name? What will be your name?
My name is Sani Ibrahim.
Sani Ibrahim. Oh yeah, now let's go.
Yeah. I'm wishing Mr. Joseph Yobo. I'm wishing him good health and happy birthday on his team. I'm wishing him very good food. And he has done very well for Nigeria. And he's good and he deserves to be. And I'm praying for him to be the Nigeria coach one day.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Atlas fans. And Mr. Anthony, don't mind that man that saying that you don't like Atlas fans.
I will mind him.
I know that you love Atlas fans and you are very satisfied at what is Atlas doing in the Atlas team.
You know that. Okay.
Yeah, I know, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very, very much. It's still your frequency of champions. Sports Radio 88.9 FM. The Premier League and La Liga. How many days? Just about 6 days. Action will start again. Just like say the season will even end. 6 days from now, imagine, league will not start again. Footballers will take to the field. Let's take more calls. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What's your name?
My name, okay.
Okay, let's hear you.
I wish Yobo a happy birthday. So please, I want to know the result of the match that they're playing.
We're coming there. You want to check your tickets? Just talk as the thing they go.
Yes, now.
You want to check out? Okay, will they come there? Let's continue. Don't worry, will they come there? Just chill. Will they come there? After about 2, 3, 4 calls, we'll come there so that some of you have rest of mind. Whether your team they win, your team they lose, we'll let you know. Let's take more calls. 0700000889. Don't worry, we'll come to the live score very, very soon. It's football live. Live football is ongoing. Some games have been played, some games have been drawn, some games have been lost, some games have been won. You can hear the scores. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Ogumbe on the line.
Okay, Ogumbe, let's hear you.
To you, happy birthday to him. I wish him all the very best in his new career as a coach. And I hope that he has won it as a player. And I hope he will win the Nations Cup as a coach also. My memory about Yobo playing Nigeria 99 and even that cross that assist that what is it called?
Agawa.
Oh boy, that was a fantastic assist in the World Cup. Even the commentator go saying now all the cross from Yobo, all the go Agawa run.
You remember.
Fantastic.
You remember.
Definitely. It was a fantastic one, and I hope he will live long to experience more of this. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM is still the station, and of course, this is a football live. We'll take a few more calls, and afterwards we go up with the live score situation from far and wide. Matches definitely are going down, and I will be telling you about the scores in a moment. Hello.
Hello, Anthony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
It's AGK on the line.
AGK, let's hear you.
I just remember the captain, fantastic now. This guy did many things for Nigeria. Those days, when we left the Nations Cup in 2013, the Babu Cup, you know, green loser. That's shit.
Okay. Joseph Ipo Yobo. Hello.
Hello, Tony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonny Ogut.
Okay.
I want to remember him. First of all, let me congratulate him.
Okay.
On his birthday.
Go on.
I want to remember him. The match we played, the Nations Cup finals. It was brought in about 10 minutes to go, just for him to lift the cup. I congratulate him. That's what I remember it for.
Thank you very, very much. It is still Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. Still taking your contributions, still taking your calls. We're paying birthday tributes to Joseph Yobo. He played 101 times for Nigeria. Can you remember maybe his best game in your estimation? Can you remember when you look back at this Super Eagles legend? Hello. 0700000889. Those are the numbers this morning or this afternoon if you want to be a part of a football live right here on Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. We'll take, of course, one more call, and then we'll go to the live score and the live updates from far and wide. It's all about Joseph Yobo at this point in time. He has turned 40 years of age today. And the man, of course, who played for Nigeria for so many years, from 2002 to 2014. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tony.
What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Onimisi.
Okay.
First time caller.
You're a first timer. Welcome.
A Chelsea fan.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, concerning Joseph Yobo, I first of all let me say congratulations to him on his birthday. Is my birthday mate, because today is also my birthday.
Well, happy birthday to you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. I remember Joseph Yobo in one Nations Cup qualifier. The first time he came up was a Nations Cup qualifier against Liberia, if I'm not mistaken, in Calabar, when he marked out Georgia all through the match. That is the only one I could remember. And another one also, the cross he gave to Agahua, which the commentator were shouting, Agahua, on and on and on and on. There's those two alone.
something I remembered him for. He's a great player, and I also pray he's coming to the national team as the assistant captain to General. Should also implement those strengths of his to the team as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Let's quickly go to the matches. Matches are ongoing in the world. Let's start off from Brazil, where the Serie A, they call it the Serie A, and it has finished 1-0. Santos with 9 men. They beat Sierra 1-0. Sierra also finished the game with 9 men. 2 red cards for Sierra and 2 red cards for Santos. 1-0 it finished. Staying in Brazil, it is halftime. We have Bragantino, and they are facing Palmeiras. Halftime score is goalless. In England, the EFL Cup has come and gone. Regulation time finished 1-1. It went into penalties, and Brentford knocked out Wycombe. In South Africa, the relegation group and the playoffs, Ajax Cape Town and Shakuma. It is 3-2. They are in the 6th minute of additional time. That game would end shortly. Let's tell you that club friendlies Levante B and Hercules of Spain, both of course Levante also from Spain, played goalless. Muangthong United of Thailand and Chonburi of Thailand have played a 2-2 draw. Freiburg of Germany have defeated Gomik of Poland by 4-1. St. Pauli of Germany have defeated Denmark side, or Danish side, Sonderreis 1-0. Groningen of Holland have defeated Arminia, have played 1-1, I beg your pardon, with Arminia Bielefeld of Germany. Full-time score, Regensburg of Germany and Vosswart of Austria, 4-1 for Regensburg. Cremonense of Italy, 23 minutes played, they are taking on Legnago of Italy. It's a goalless situation. Let's go elsewhere. Let's quickly go to Belarus, where Chimik and Arsenal in the Peshaya Liga have played out a 2-2 draw. Smogon are losing at home, and they are losing 1-0 to Usher. They are in the 91st minute of that game. 39 minutes played between FC Slonim and Lida. It's a goalless situation. And as from 4 p.m., FC Gomel will take on Krunkashi. That's in Belarus. Elsewhere in the world of football, let's give you the live score situation and indeed the result. If you are somebody that loves football in Chile, they call it the Primera Division. One game has kicked off. 45 minutes have been played. Antofagasta and at Italiano 1-0, and the home side Antofagasta, of course, are leading. In China, 2 games were played today. Tianjin Teda hosted Chongqing Lifan. 2-1 for Lifan. They played away at Tianjin Teda. Wuhan, of course, is renowned. That's where they said coronavirus started from. They said from somewhere in Wuhan. Wuhan played and Wuhan hosted Beijing Guan. 2-2 was the full-time score in China. Let's go elsewhere because plenty of football indeed will be played, are being played. In Egypt, the Premier League, El Habi are taking on Tanta. El Habi to have 2 goals after 66 minutes. Tanta, no goal. In England, the Women's Super League, Arsenal women defeated Reading by 6-1. Brighton women have defeated Birmingham women by 2-0. Bristol women have lost to Everton women by 4-0. Tottenham women and West Ham women in the derby, it is 1-1. What about Manchester United women? They are losing to Chelsea. Chelsea lead that game. After 69 minutes, the score line is 1-0. UEFA Nations League B. Let's tell you that the game between Tottenham Hotspur women and West Ham women has now ended. It is 1-1. UEFA Nations League, League B. Wales have defeated Bulgaria by a lone goal. Halftime score was goalless. Full-time score 1-0. Hungary are set to play very, very shortly. Hungary will take on Russia. Ireland will take on Finland. Serbia will take on Turkey. Let's also tell you that in League A, UEFA Nations League, it is Spain versus Ukraine, Switzerland versus Germany. In League C, Slovenia take on Moldova, Kosovo take on Greece. One game has ended in League D, UEFA Nations League. The Faroe Islands have defeated Andorra by a lone goal. Still to come in that league or in that group, you have Malta versus Latvia. Let's go to, of course, the Regional Liga North in Germany, where Hamburger SV2 and Lüneburger Hansa have played out a 1-1 draw. Phoenix Lübeck have played away at Altona and they won 2-1. Let's say that TSV Halves also played away. They played at Obenolod and they won 2-0. We're talking about the Regionalliga North in Germany. Oldenburg beat Hannover CSC by a lone goal. Talking about the lower rungs of German football. Women football in Germany has seen Bayern Munich women beat Sand Women by 6-0. That's the Bundesliga for women. Duisburg and Meppen played out a goalless draw. Eintracht Frankfurt beat Werder Bremen by 5-1. It's the women's league, the Bundesliga for women. Freiburg lost at home to Bayer Leverkusen women. Potsdam beat Hoffenheim by 3-1. Tosin will be giving us some news from the world of transfers. Let's find out who is moving, who is staying, and who is having a pay rise. Yes, Tosin will be bringing us up to speed very, very shortly. It's all about your transfers and it's all about the updates. Tosin, so take us there. What's happening in the big world of transfers, football transfers?
Yes, the radio's anchor, a lot of fans been asking about transfer gist and what's been going on as far as that is concerned. But let's quickly start from this one that is just filtering through as the transfer window continues to take shape for Arsenal fans, for fans from all across the world. Callum Wilson, as he's set for a medical at Newcastle United. And of course, we already know that Liverpool have told Barcelona it will cost them £15 million to land Gini Wijnaldum. So Liverpool have told Barcelona it will cost them £15 million to land Gini Wijnaldum. Ronald Koeman, the Barcelona boss, is keen to bring the midfielder to Spain after both worked together with the Dutch national team. Meanwhile, the Northern Ireland manager Ian Burklow says Jamal Lewis's move to Newcastle is an exciting opportunity for the fullback. Remember that Jamal Lewis almost moved to Liverpool earlier on in the summer before they went on and got Konstantinos Tsimikas. And of course, Konstantinos Tsimikas at the moment is tested positive for the coronavirus and is going to be in quarantine. He could potentially miss Liverpool's first game of the new league season. Meanwhile, the Brentford manager, Thomas Frank, has remained tight-lipped on the future of Ollie Watkins and Said Benrahma. Both of them were left out of the first team squad as the Bees beat Wycombe on penalties in the EFL Cup. Remember, both men have been linked with a move to Arsenal, Chelsea, Newcastle and Tottenham. Those are the clubs that are interesting those players. Meanwhile, Jose Mourinho is considering a surprise move for Watford midfielder Will Eves. The Portuguese coach is reportedly an admirer of the £13 million signing and is already keen to be Tottenham's fourth signing after Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, Mark Doherty and Joe Hart. And of course, for Rangers, the club that has Nigeria's Joe Aribo and Leon Balogun, there's something happening there. Alfredo Morelos, the centre forward, has been heavily tipped with a move to Bayer Leverkusen and VfB Stuttgart. He is valued at £20 million and he would definitely be happy to join any of both clubs. Meanwhile, Sheffield United are still in the transfer window and they're trying to bring in three players. Max Lowe, Jayden Bogle and Oliver Burke are all set to complete a move to Bramall Lane. All three players will cost a combined fee of about £25 million. Meanwhile, the former Liverpool correspondent Melissa Vega says that Thiago Alcantara will bring a new dimension into Liverpool. And of course, we go away from there and we move on to Wolverhampton Wanderers, where they're close to the signature of French defender Fernando Marçal. €2 million fee has been agreed for the 31-year-old and he has passed his medical. Marcel can play as a left wing back and as a centre back, and it's positions where Wolves are trying to strengthen this window. Meanwhile, Chelsea intend to give Michy Batshuayi a pay rise and then find him a shop window with a loan deal. The 26-year-old is said to be offered an extension to afford him leaving for free next summer, and with no clubs who can afford Batshuayi showing an interest so far, the report says Chelsea hope another season alone will increase his value. Crystal Palace, West Brom and Newcastle have been linked with the striker, having spent time on loan at Selhurst Park previously. And finally here, before we go back to the phone lines, Leicester City are set to step up their interest in James Tarkowski. Of course, the price tag has been slapped on Tarkowski is £13 million, according to Leicester, according to Burnley. £13 million, that is the price tag that has been slapped on that man as far as he is concerned. We go back to the phone line 0700000889. That is the number to call. Let us know what you feel as we celebrate Joseph Ikpo Yobo, captain, fantastic, and of course captain for a long time of the Super Eagles, one of just 5 centre-backs to play every single game in Premier League history. Every single game of Premier League season, not missing one game, and of course one of the first Africans to make their mark as a centre-back on Merseyside. There is Joseph Ikpo Yobo. Several games, 0700000889. We go on Facebook as we read some of your comments on the Facebook fan page right about now. Joseph Ikpo Yobo, 40 years of age today. What are your memories of the dynamic centre-back? Started out as a striker and now is now finished as centre-back. Now is the assistant coach of the Super Eagles. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Hello.
Okay, we lost that one. What are your best memories, fond memories of Joseph Ikpo Yobo? Great centre-back, great footballer in his time. What are your memories of the Colossus? What do you remember? And of course, Maximus Chichebim says Joseph Yobo became so popular at Everton, but my best memory was him lifting the 2013 CAF Nations Cup as captain. That is your best memory of Joseph Ikpo Yobo. Let's take this one. Hello. Good evening. Hello. Okay, there it is. There's 0700000889. Prince Oge says the goal he scored against South Africa in the group stage of the 2004 African Cup of Nations. Good goal he scored right there in that 4-0 rout for the Super Eagles. Yobo, Odemwingie and JJ Okocha were the ones that scored that. Okocha scored from a penalty spot, and of course Odemwingie scored a brace. That was the game where everyone began to rave about Osaze Peter Odemwingie. Clemens Zidobi says the evergreen, consistent, one of Africa's finest. Thank you very much. And of course this one's coming from Sonny King. He says, fantastic player. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, February. What's your name?
Shima.
What's your name?
My name is Shima.
Okay, go ahead. What do you remember about Joseph Yobo?
Okay. 2002 qualified studies of Nigeria, Liberia at the University Stadium, Port Harcourt.
Why do you remember that?
Oh, he performed wonder on that match because that was the first time to do the Super Eagles then. I watched him live at the Revelation Stadium, Port Harcourt.
Oh, that was the first time you saw him live?
Yes.
How nostalgic did it feel to see Joseph Yobo live?
He played side 2 at that match. So there was the Liberia, Gojue, Gojue brought Liberia to that tournament. So Taribo told Joseph Yobo to mark Gojue out of the match. So the coach, I think that I was watching the coach of Liberia. He told the Gojue that this guy is a new
Kaya because he's a young guy then at the match, so he should mark if he compete with the Joseph Yobo.
Okay.
So I like the way the Joseph Yobo marked Ejue out of the match. He didn't allow the Ejue to play until they remove him out of the match.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is my memory. Although all this while I've been watching my Everton.
I know this long range shots, and I was running to the final third during counter-attacks and corners in the Super Eagles jersey. Probably defines where he started football playing from the striking department before conversion. Of course, that is the man, the myth, and the legend, Joseph Ikpo Yobo. We go on to the next talking point, and this one is at Stamford Bridge. Kai Havertz became Chelsea's fifth signing of the transfer window. Timo Werner, Hakim Ziyech, Malang Sarr, Ben Chilwell, and Thiago Silva. Sixth signing right there for the man that is Kai Havertz. He's the sixth player to arrive to walk through the corridors at Cobham, and he now takes Frank Lampard's summer spending spree to £230 million. Which of these new signings do you think will make them about Hakim Ziyech? First game gave a pass to Odoi. Odoi is passed to Timo Werner. Werner's takers. Timo Werner himself again showed his workings for Germany against Spain in the UEFA Nations League, and now be playing his first game in the Premier League next week. Which of Chelsea's new signings will make the biggest impact? Is it Kai Havertz? Is it Timo Werner? Is it Hakim Ziyech? Is it Thiago Silva? Or is it Ben Chilwell? Hello, good evening. Hello? Okay, when you're ready, please call us 07 00 889. When you're ready to call us, let us know 07 00 889. You call us and do not reduce the volume of your radio set. Make sure the volume of your radio set is reduced to the minimum. We don't want to be hearing ourselves 2 times. So please do well. Adjust the volume of your radio set, reduce it to the minimum, and then call so that we can enjoy ourselves. Which of Chelsea's new signings will make the biggest impact? Which of Chelsea's fresh boys? Which of Frank Lampard's new machinations will make the biggest impact? Hello? Okay, when you're ready, please let us know. Correct your line. I've said it before. Your radio set. I don't want to be hearing myself on 2 hands. It doesn't make any sense. So adjust the volume of your radio set, reduce it, and then call.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Why are you? It's Chelsea fans. Chelsea fans will call now, and then they will not reduce the volume of their radio set. Reduce the volume of the radio because you want to tell us which player is more will make the biggest impact. To be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Okay. 07 00 889. Before you call, just do the needful. So we would have a smooth line of communication. We've been talking about Chelsea. We've said so much. Chelsea has been splashing the cash, and so far 230 million pounds have been spent. Edouard Mendy, by the time he comes for maybe another 30 or 35, Chelsea will reach 265. Maybe Peter Cech, because he came from Stade Rennais, is linking them with his former club side. That's where they are headed. Stade Rennais. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's your name?
This is Eric calling from Ikomu.
Just your name, what is location, and who's school?
Okay, Eric. I think the woman will be best of target this season for Chelsea.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I think Tuwoma will be best target for Chelsea this season. No,
Wema. Okay.
Yeah, Tuwoma.
Okay.
Timo, you are talking about Timo Werner. Okay, Chelsea, of course, have Kai Havertz. He's the sixth man. They also have Thiago Silva. They have Timo Werner, Hakim Ziyech. They have Ben Chilwell. And they have Malang Sarr. Malang Sarr will not play. They are sending down out on loan. So, you may know, of course. And then incoming. That's what they call incoming. He's coming. They never sign him. Edward Mendy is a goalkeeper. All of you have been shouting goalkeeper. A goalkeeper is coming. And by the time that goalkeeper enters Stamford Bridge, their outlay would have reached 260 million or 270 million. Who will shine? Now who will shine? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, we can say evening now. Let's say evening, don't reach. Good evening. How are you doing? What's your name?
Yeah, this is Emmanuel calling.
Emmanuel, which Chelsea star will shine?
Well, I'm looking out for my star boy.
Who's that?
Pulisic.
No, that one are old signing now. No, new. We're talking about the new signings.
Kai Havertz is going to bring something different to Premier League.
Like what? What is that with that? Premier, something different to Premier League that nobody has seen before. What is that? You won't bring it.
He's a player to watch out for this season. Kai Havertz.
I don't know. You can speak up. Speak up.
I think the word that excited me the most was Timo Werner.
Okay, it's Timo Werner that gives you plenty of excitement, or the most excitement.
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Yes. Also, a player like Ziyech closing in, and closing in, then you get to break the goal.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Chelsea has been signing, and they've been signing players. Frank Lampard has been spending the money. Thiago Silva confirmed. Ben Chilwell confirmed. Malang Sarr confirmed, although he came on a free. Thiago Silva free. Hakim Ziyech confirmed. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sulaiman.
Sulaiman, let's hear you.
Okay, I'm Timo Werner.
Timo, why? Why Timo Werner?
Papa big player, sir.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay. Let me quickly go to Josh. Hakim Ziyech present. Timo Werner present. In fact, Timo Werner has been scoring for Chelsea. He scored once. Malang Sarr, Ben Chilwell, and Thiago Silva, and perhaps Eduardo Mendy. Which one you did fear pass? Which one you did think would cause problems for rival teams in the EPL?
Well, Chelsea have had they've had fortune when recruiting wingers on like the top 9 position, where it's been from Morata to Lukaku to Batshuayi to even them resorting to going to get Olivier Giroud or going down to the academy to pick up a Tammy Abraham that started with like a house on fire, but then quenched like the Titanic after they struck the iceberg in the Atlantic Ocean. But I'll go Hakim Ziyech. It's a toss-up between Hakim Ziyech and Kai Havertz, but I'll go Hakim Ziyech because he has had more time to. I can find he picked up a knock, but I'll go with Hakim Ziyech because he had more time to acclimatize with the players. He's had more time to. He was the one who settled his own transfer ahead of time. He's a winger. So it means that he's going to be working with phenomenal midfielders like the Havertz as well, like Kante, probably like Mount, going to be also playing on the same flanks with the experience Cedric Piliqueta, who's the captain of the side. So I'll go with Hakim Ziyech based on that luck factor, because you can't really pinpoint, you can't really use the 28 goals scored by Timo Werner in the league and say he's going to score 28 goals in the Premier League. I don't see that happening. I don't see Timo Werner scoring up to 25. Doesn't mean that he's not going to be successful. Ben Chilwell currently has a foot injury. He's going to miss the start of the season next week unless if he makes a miracle recovery. Thiago Silva is 36 and he's a defender, so he's going to stabilize the defense.
No, he'll be 36 this month.
Oh,
Never
36. He's still 36. Let's speak it into.
He'll be 36 on the 22nd.
Let's proclaim it.
So you have about 2 weeks plus. How old are you? If you say how old are you, when you never do your birthday, you come to talk to this thing. Now your own birthday go to use now.
Well, fair enough. Thiago Silva will be 36 in September, so he should September 22nd. He should play 10 days before his birthday on the 12th. He should be there. He should make a start for the Blues. I wanted to say Les Bleus, since it's coming from Paris.
It's blue now.
It's blue. It's different languages. Well, it's Chelsea are supposed to do better than they did last season.
If you're a fan of Liverpool now,
but I'm saying Hakim Ziyech.
Who you go fear for all these boys?
Hakim Ziyech. The PC Hakim Ziyech on the right flanks.
Okay.
Going to be mesmerizing Andy Roberts.
So now you are a fan of Man City. You are playing Chelsea. These new boys, which one you go fear?
Hakim Ziyech.
What happened?
He is probably the most gifted of the lot that's arrived. Perhaps the one that adapts most to situations, and you say has proven himself time and again at the highest level. The game against Tottenham in the Champions League, still crystal clear, hit the crossbar 2 times in that game. In fact, he ran rings around the Tottenham
when
defense.
Chelsea met Ajax, how did Hakim Ziyech fare?
It was a great play that night, and
maybe that was what convinced them to sign him.
Yes, he was and then he scored a goal. I think it was against. Yes, it was against Chelsea. The free kick.
No, he was finding Promes.
Yeah, yes, he was trying to locate Promes, and then he scored. And you know, I think, and I'm sure. In fact, I think he's the one that's gonna perform the best. Yes.
Could this be one of the reasons why they allowed Willian go?
Yes. I think Hakim Ziyech plays an important role.
The reason why Willian wanted to even go.
I think it was the reason why
because they offered Willian 2 years and he wanted 3 years with less pay at the other retirement club, because this is kind of
let's look at Chelsea now. How do you expect Chelsea to line up when the Premier League starts with all these boys? Let's assume that they also get Edouard Mendy. How would they line? Kepa will still start.
Yes.
Okay.
Kepa. If Chilwell is fully fit.
I'm looking at the healthy Chelsea squad when everybody's available and fit. How would they line up?
Kepa, Chilwell, then at centre back Rudiger and Thiago Silva.
Okay, right back.
Then at right back Cesar Azpilicueta.
Okay, it goes back to right back. That used to be his old position. Okay.
Midfield. He's shown a preference for a 4-3-3, so I'll go with a 3-man midfield. Mateo Kovacic, N'Golo Kante, and Kai Havertz.
Okay, the strike force.
And then up front, Werner, Pulisic, and Ziyech.
So no Tammy Abraham in this team.
He's going to have his seatbelt strapped on.
He's going to have an inscription.
No Zuma in this team.
No.
Zuma is perhaps for me, I think Zuma is actually Chelsea's best defender. But
no Messi Mount in this team.
No. Probably won't be one of the first players to come from the bench, because it seems like a Lampard project.
No Ross Barkley in this team.
Ross Barkley too will probably come from the bench as well. Same with Reece James. But Tammy Abraham, nah, I don't.
All those Ruben Loftus-Cheek, they don't have a starting 11 in this team.
No. Carling Cup, EFL Cup,
no.
Carabao Cup, whatever you call it.
Okay.
League Cup.
We're looking at Chelsea, and we're looking at Chelsea very, very closely. Which of these new signings expect you? Imagine, like, you mean that everybody in this team will start?
Yes.
These new signings, all of them.
They were bought to walk into that team. They were bought to take these blue shirts.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening to you.
Okay, good evening. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. We're looking at Chelsea right now.
I've been married five. I want to know married transfer.
Okay. This is what we talk now. Now, Chelsea, we're talking about Chelsea right now. Chelsea, don't worry. When we talk about Man, you call. Let's enjoy this Chelsea topic first. Hello.
Hello, Tony Bekedomo.
Good evening.
My name is Marvelous.
Let's go.
Okay. Among the new signings, the player that I think that will bring the most impact should be Timo Werner. Yeah, the striker that was
Chelsea accountant.
And I need the direct Karovic now. You know.
Okay.
Should I call my own lineup?
Call your lineup.
Starting with the men, the new keeper should arrive.
That would be my number one. Then Silva and Zuma would be the two centre back. Then if Chilwell is fit, he will start with Jesse James, the 2 and 3. Then I would prefer Kai Havertz at 3 midfielders.
Yeah, that's you not play Kovacic.
No. We need no Kovacic. He can't play after a team shot. That's why we buy Kai Havertz. So that position is no longer because it's no longer a rough work there for them. So for my 3, I would like Pulisic, Giroud, and Kim Ziyech.
These players, are you sure you've not named more than 11 players?
No. First 3, Pulisic, Giroud, and Kim Ziyech. Then Kai Havertz, Mount, and Kante. Diego, Zuma, and James. Keep Mendy.
Okay.
So that's how it is.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Chelsea looking good, very good for the new campaign. Chelsea spending, splashing the cash, splashing the millions so far. 230 million. At this rate, if Lampard is going at this rate, because he could pass people. Hello,
Anthony.
I agree with you.
Good to see you too.
Good afternoon.
When I go drop my own again now, they go begin call me again. Say this.
What's your name? Drop your name first.
My name na Temo Datowe.
Okay.
My name na Temo Datowe. I defeat Kevin Tony. With all this, they are buy when did they buy? Lampard no go stay 6 months. Now me they tell you.
But that's not the topic. That's not even the topic. We're asking you which player now you like.
No one. I don't want anyone. We mind you will still be there as will be the last season. No one of the one Calabre, one Zieso, one all of them are papas. We'll deal with them.
Bro, this one now wickedness. So no be a pop with this. So
not the wickedness.
This one no be just banter.
And they tell them that's how much aside. This case when you go say this Ibrahimovic go see sack Lampard.
So you are saying that all these players now, Viner, Ziyech, none of them.
I mean they tell you. They say Zuma no go dey line up again. You go see am say they go sack Lampard. Go tell the money you waste on this man. This man petrol money wey man is for Russia. Lampard dey waste am. You go see am now. They go call now they talk say Baba don start again. Na me tell this to Tony. You go see am now to start. Only 2 weeks time. Now man you go play. You go see what go happen. Thank you very much, Tony.
Sports Radio 88.9 Bula FM, the station. We're looking at Chelsea. Chelsea ahead of the new campaign. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, you're speaking with Koshi. My name is Okay by name.
Okay, let's hear you, okay.
Alright. Like as we are talking about Chelsea new campaign, when we are asking George, I just one kind of information pattern. Like we're going to see Akim Ziyech, Pulisic, Morena, and Kovacic. For me, as a coach, if you ask me, are you with me? If you ask me as a coach, what you see me there is to see Ben Chua playing in the 3, and Thiago Silva and Zuma 5 and 6. Then Arizona the keeper as number 1. Then we will see me using James as their 2. Then inside their 4, I will use someone like Kante to play before. You will now see the 2 dangerous midfielders that they have, which is Mason Mount and Kayavet. The thing we will see, if you ask me, is to play Pulisic from the wing and also play Ziyech from the 7th flank.
But wait. The new signings, yeah. Which one excites you the most? Which one do you think would have or may have the biggest impact?
The dangerous man that has not watched his ball, but I just hear too much rumor about him that incites him so much is Kayavet. I think he's a dangerous man. He's a dangerous man, yeah. He's someone that all eyes on him. I believe the young man will be surprising people. Then we have he's coming in. He's the most exciting signing, and he's the most expensive signing that Chelsea have. So all eyes will be on him.
Okay.
And if you talk about it, yeah.
You talk about what?
And if you talk about in terms of changing things on me, they need to sell someone like Rodrigo, Alfred, what do you call this Italian man, this Italian mistake. Sell all these ones and use the young boys, upcoming boys. Then we will help this season.
Okay. We'll definitely watch out for Chelsea. Let's quickly go watch out for you guys on Facebook. Kingsley Chukwumike Benjamin says, Happy Sunday, sports fans. My opinion on my darling team Chelsea, we have made good quality signings in the transfer market. And the good thing is virtually all the players are young and super talented. There is nothing like a player having the ability to control the football or ability to control the ball with his touch. He says it is most important. It's the most important skill for a player. I'm expecting much from Kai Havertz. He says Kai Havertz would be the man that would have the biggest impact in the colours of Chelsea. And he adds, God bless, brother. God bless you too. Danny Baxter says Chelsea made fabulous signings. It's going to be hard to put in. Excites you. Which one do you reckon would have the biggest impact? Godwin Nalonso says all the signings are good. We'll be seeing Thiago Silva. Okay, thank you very much. Timo Werner will make a big statement. I'm looking forward to him playing for Chelsea. That's coming from Akawo Olufemi. Henry Chukwemeka says all of them will definitely make impact. He says he goes on and on and on. But pick one. Which one do you think would stand out? Nelly is here. Nelly Ndubisi says all the summer signings at Chelsea will flourish. But he says Ziyech would make the most impact if he does not get injured. Arinze Chukwu Christian says all of our new signings are good. They will perform well. But I think Timo Werner would stand out. Peter Maye says I think Hakim Ziyech will stand out. In as much as everyone might think it is Timo Werner, I'm thinking it will be Hakim Ziyech. Hakim will be a hard nut to crack for EPL defenders. Okay, Praise Basi says that this Chelsea goes on and on and on. I have this one coming from Omoali Moses says, as for Timo Werner and Kai Havertz, those two will make a tremendous impact for Chelsea. My fingers are crossed. Shola Oyeyemi says Timo Werner and Kai Havertz are the men. Timo Werner has already scored, of course, in his debut, while Kai hasn't, but he's going to by his starts. He moves into the box and he gets into dangerous positions. He goes on and on. He can shoot from any part of the field. I think both players would show their worth when the Premier League starts. Blessing is also here. Blessing Okoli says, I don't think there will be a flop amongst all of them. And he says, okay, he says there will be no Morata or Fernando Torres. He's tipping all of them to succeed. Chukwuemeka praises for me, I'm going with Timo Werner. He has already scored 1 goal for Chelsea in pre-season. And he scored also for the German national team a few days later. I think Timo Werner is the man. Let's go to Ime. Ime is here. And he says Ziyech will be the one with the biggest impact. He's a magical, that player. And I'm looking forward to seeing him doing it for Chelsea. Let's take a few more calls at this time out. Hello. Your line is not very, very friendly. Let's take another one. Hello. Hello. Sports Radio. Hello. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Tony.
Good. What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, go on.
Yeah, Chelsea, Chelsea have done very good business, honestly, and I think if Lampard does not finish first or second in the league, I think he's on his path, he has failed, because they can't give you this quality of players that have been given to you, you still be fighting for top 4 or something close to that. So I think it's me that I want Chelsea to sign a goalkeeper. I still think Kepa is a good goalkeeper for me. Amidst all the Kepa is no good as in coming out of Chelsea fans. I think Kepa will start for Chelsea next season because the Kepa I saw under Sarri, if he's giving good defenders, Kepa will do well. So Kepa will start for me, then Chilwell, and Aspilicueta on the other side because Reece James, I don't think Reece James is experienced enough to play all the games for Chelsea this season because we need a more experienced defender. And Aspilicueta in him, I see a defender that can still give us probably a year or two. Then I think to partner Thiago Silva, because of course Thiago Silva is not going to come to Chelsea to sit on the bench. So I think probably Zuma to partner Thiago Silva, because we need a younger and a faster defender to pair with Zuma. I think Zuma is faster than Rudiger, and I think he's younger than Rudiger, so we can learn and partner Thiago Silva. Then in the midfield, Kante, I think whatever Lampard wants to do this season, Kante is very, very vital. Kante is very vital, very essential. So Kante remains for me sits in the midfield. Then Kovacic was Chelsea's best player last season. Kovacic will still play for Chelsea. Then Hakim Ziyech would come in there. Then now relegate to Mason Mount and Rosbaki, and another English player there. Then up front, we already know because Pulisic is going to start. Hakim Ziyech is going to start. Anthony Werner is going to start for Chelsea. So if Lampard can line up, because we know Lampard, we know Chelsea's best player, but I don't know. Lampard sees something else. At the beginning of the season last season, Pulisic's first game against Liverpool was Chelsea's best player. But when the season was to start, Lampard started benching Pulisic. I don't understand the reason why. So I just hope that Lampard comes, his senses work this time around, and he's able to see what we are actually seeing. I mean, it's obvious to see that this what I just lined up, this actually Chelsea's best level, except Lampard wants to do otherwise. Thank you.
Sports Radio 88.9 FM. Tosi, Chelsea have signed, they probably would sign 7 players at the end of the day, and 6 of them will go into the starting 11. Chelsea without signings got to the round of 16 Champions League. Chelsea without signings got to the final of the FA Cup. Chelsea without signings got to the top 4. They were level on points with Manchester United. The difference was goals difference. That was the separating factor. Chelsea have strengthened. Chelsea are 30 million pounds stronger. By the end of their dealings, Chelsea may be 270 or 260 million pounds stronger. Can Chelsea win the Premier League? Just even use logic. They are stronger now. Are they not stronger now?
Yes, they are.
Except you want to dismiss all these signings.
I think Chelsea can.
If without signings they got that far, now they have signings. If you okay, let me put it this way, because it's like I don't want you to struggle. Tammy Abraham, Timo Werner. Is Timo Werner an upgrade?
Yes, it's an upgrade.
Willian Hakim Ziyech, is Willian an upgrade?
No.
It's not. Is Ziyech an upgrade of Willian?
Yes, it's an upgrade on Willian.
Pulisic, Mason Mount. Not even Pulisic. Pulisic is an old signing. And Kai Havertz now, their record signing. Is he an upgrade to all the Chelsea attacking midfielders?
He scored more goals.
Is he an upgrade?
He scored more goals and he had more assists. So he's an upgrade. He's an upgrade.
They have upgraded. They have upgraded in terms of Timo Werner, Tammy Abraham, Olivier Giroud.
Yes,
that's an upgrade. And you look at Willian and Hakim Ziyech. He's younger, he's faster, an upgrade. Kai Havertz, another upgrade. Thiago Silva, is he an upgrade?
He's the best defender that they have now.
So we're talking about upgrades in 4 places. What have I missed out? Ben Chilwell is definitely an upgrade to
Marcos Alonso and
Emerson Palmieri. So they have 5 upgrades already. And maybe Eduardo will come, or Edward Mendy. He becomes an upgrade to Caballero and even Kepa.
He's an upgrade on Caballero, yes, but no.
Okay, they've not signed him now.
Yeah.
So Chelsea has, there are 11 players in the football field. They have 5 upgrades.
Malang Sarr.
No, Malang Sarr will not play. They are sending him out on loan.
He's not an upgrade.
Yeah.
In no way is he an upgrade.
Well, he's an upgrade to some of them.
So we're looking at the players that will play for Chelsea now. Will Chelsea win the Premier League, or can they win the Premier League? They have strengthened. We just agreed now that they've gotten upgrades. So that ordinarily knocks Man United out of the picture.
Yes, no, by default. Look, I think Chelsea are condemned
because last season Man United and Chelsea finished at par. Or they were at par.
Yes, on the same point.
So now Man United, I don't know what they are doing in the transfer market. I don't know.
I don't think United. I think United don't even know who they need to sign.
They need a top 9.
No, I don't think they. I don't think the club knows.
So can we agree now that Man United is out of the picture?
Top 6. Six position.
In fact, as it is at the moment,
6 position.
I think United might actually fall out of the top 4.
6 position.
Okay, let's even talk about Chelsea.
We're looking at Chelsea.
Chelsea now.
We're looking at Chelsea. And looking at this team, Chelsea are condemned to finish in the first or second place next season.
First or second?
It has to be first or second. And they have to win a trophy.
Man City are not doing anything now. Man City will come again, the same thing.
They have to win a trophy.
And Liverpool are slacking.
That's why I said they either finish first or second. And they have to win a trophy. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the pass that everyone gave Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, no one is going to give Frank Lampard.
At all.
Nobody is going to give Frank Lampard that pass.
Why?
They are not going to give him because they'll point at the players and say, you got massive upgrades. They're not just upgrades. They're massive upgrades.
Did not get upgrades?
It's like going for... No, it's like...
One upgrade.
One Bissaka is not an upgrade.
It's an upgrade.
That's the
Harry Maguire is an
Bruno
upgrade.
Fernandes is not the upgrade.
That's the previous season.
Now this is...
yes, no.
What about the time... Wait, now that previous
when
season...
he was getting there,
cancels
upgrades now.
What about Lampard? He did not sign the previous season.
Okay.
So you don't cancel.
Lampard didn't get any signing. Only even still got Van de Beek.
And they finished level on points.
Fair enough.
Only has even still gotten Van de Beek. Despite the fact that Lampard didn't even say.
So if you look at the players Ole has signed, if you add Van de Beek, you add Fernandes, Bissaka and Maguire, it never reached the money when Chelsea spent.
It never reached because United doesn't have a bench.
No, we're looking at totals now.
Can we look at
Totals. Only Bruno Fernandes and Bissaka, that's like 1.10. 110.
It's probably part of the
team. No. By the time you add 3 players, that's 200 though. You don't pass though.
Maguire.
If you add
55.
Bissaka 50 something. That's 105.
That's 105.
Donny van de Beek 40.
That's 145.
You now add Maguire.
Maguire 80.
The fridge.
Add Maguire now.
Yeah,
225.
225.
Then add Daniel James. 20 million.
You don't pass now.
Future gigs.
That's 245 million.
You don't pass.
That's
You
don't pass.
Don't pass.
And
they wasted some on the flying Sonic.
What is that?
The low budget Sonic the Hedgehog.
And by the time you pay, you add in the Ojo Igalo transfer loan money. What are you talking about? And they still finish the same number of points with this team.
With Chelsea, are not doing anything. Well,
and lost to Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-final
decisively.
I'm feeling sorry for Man City and Liverpool because by the time the Chelsea Hurricane, good night them.
I don't.
The hope I have for Chelsea is the schedule. The start of the season.
They are ahead of Man City.
Yes. At some point they're going to play Liverpool in this. They're playing Liverpool in their first or second game.
Yes, in
that will be the barometer to measure how far Chelsea may go.
That's exactly why I said it's very important.
It will also be a barometer for Liverpool. I think that I will still say that I should not over expect more from this Chelsea team. They should win.
Well, what should I expect from you? You don't like Chelsea.
It's
now.
not about like you, I'm being realistic because I don't want Chelsea fans to target the league, Premier League title.
Why?
And then when they play
so wait, they will spend 230 million and be targeting what?
At least 2 trophies, a good run.
Let's even use logic now. They did not spend money. They finished in the top 4.
Yes.
Now they are spending money. They are saying they should not target the title.
Well, Man City spent.
Don't you know that Frank Lampard told the man that give me money, I'll win the title.
Man City spent 200 million in their first season. They did not win any single trophy.
200 what?
So 200 plus million.
No, it didn't say he didn't spend that much.
Let's say
that summer when they went on
they won the title.
They won the title.
That was the second season.
Hello.
They spent all seasons.
Hello.
Good evening to you.
The analyst in the studio there.
Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Samson.
Samson, go on.
We know you. It is very amazing to hear you say somebody do not like Chelsea. Do you like Manchester United?
Hey, God.
You are the number 1 hater of Man United in Villa FM. So there's nothing you can tell us.
Because I said they finished level on points.
Eh?
Because I said Chelsea and Man, you finished level on points. Chelsea did not spend.
You are accusing somebody there that he doesn't like.
Do you actually know that I like Man U? Do you know that I like Man U? I like Man U.
You don't like Man U.
I just answered you. I like Man U.
Well, you are not number one center of Man U. We know you. Every teacher of Villa knows you very well.
You see, you know the funny part now.
You cannot decide the fate of Man United when it comes to this very season. You can't decide it. It's only God that can decide the fate of Man United. Football is not the way you are looking at it. And we saw you at Villa Beach. You don't know how to play anything. You hear? Your banana is becoming too big.
Sports Radio 88.9. This is the funniest comments I've received today. Arsenal fans will call. They say I don't take it easy on Arsenal.
I was going to say that.
Liverpool fans will come. They say I don't take it easy on Liverpool. Chelsea fans will say the same. See, Man U fans don't talk and say I don't take it easy on Man United.
That means you're doing your job well.
But you know, if you look at Chelsea's start to the new season, for this is not a matter of you don't like the team.
See, this one you're talking about my career as a Brilla Beats player. Let me see, Frank Lampard, tell him to come and play football
in Nigeria.
In Nigeria at his age. Let him come play. If he could still play. Or tell any Nigerian player that's my age, tell him to come and play football. You now see, you now know what it means to have a big stomach. You think he's a 20-year-old that is talking. See, real story. You say it's with Billa Bees. You are seeing me post-retirement football. Let's take the calls. No. See, tell Lampard to come and if come and come play ball for Chelsea now at old age. Hello.
Good
evening. What's your name?
My name is Moses.
Your name is Moses.
I appreciate your analysis. Yes. Before I say anything, I want to tell Josh should be Chelsea alone.
How can he leave Chelsea? So they call Josh to come and analyze Chelsea, make him no talk.
Josh has never said anything good about Chelsea.
I'm even beating you guys.
The truth is, with Chelsea signing so far, no doubt that yes, it's so good that they should do very well next season. The biggest challenge I can say is Lampard be able to put them together. Yes, because they are just coming from different sides, be able to get the best out of them from this very season. That's the only thing I'll say, yes. But individually, what they can offer, what we have seen from the league they are coming from, that various clubs, they are really what other teams should be looking up to, like big scared of. To be frank. Okay, look at Chelsea didn't start last season. They finished the same point with Man U.
Yes.
If you look at it, Chelsea scored more goals than Man U last season. It was because of the defense and the keeper, the keeper and all that. So if you're looking at even Chelsea created, you can see that yes, Chelsea didn't. So adding those guys to it already statistically, Chelsea already above Man U. We are only looking at Liverpool and Man City in the league right now. These are what we are looking at. And with the way Liverpool is playing, I can't really give them that kind of credit that everybody gave them last season. So let's wait by January next year. We can actually do this. Yes, so far so good. This is what they've done. That's just my concern.
Hey, Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. It's all about the signings. 230 million and counting. Pounds and counting.
I wonder why they're complaining. I'm just telling them not to. I know you probably should, or you should expect to win the Champions League, but they should not kill themselves with Premier League title ambition, because I would still put Man City and Liverpool ahead of any other team in England. Yes, Chelsea should give a good account of themselves in the league. Now, I'm not saying that Chelsea should just meekly submit. They should chase the title. They should obviously chase the title. Even Man United should chase the title. Everyone should chase the title. But you should just set a realistic target for yourself, so as not to feel bad on the long run.
What do you mean realistic target?
A realistic target in the sense that these players have not.
What do you think would have prompted Roman to release the big paycheck? What do you think Lampard told him?
They want to win it all, obviously. They're a big club. But these are players that have never. Lampard is a manager who has never been in a title scenario. He's never chased the title.
That's not what they believe.
Derby County lost to Aston Villa in the playoff final. That's a title scenario.
Derby County. This is just like comparing Mulder to.
That's the title. You said he has never been in the title scenario. I just gave you a title scenario.
If I win the MPFL and I go to the England.
Now, just wondering, if Lampard has spent 230 million from 0 to 230 million, don't you think his argument would have been, look at this club side, without signings we got this far, give me signings, I'll get farther than this?
Doesn't mean I will win the Premier League title. They could win the League Cup.
I think these are not League Cup players. These are Premier League players, Champions League players.
They could go to the semi-final of the Champions League.
You now play 200. You know, if we are saying that 230 in signings, by the time you add Pulisic to this 11, you add Kepa, it means Chelsea starting 11 will be over 500 million.
If you add Pulisic, that's 280 million. Add Kepa, that's 350 million.
Yeah.
Add Rudiger.
By the time you add Rudiger there, it becomes 390 million. I think it came for 30 million. So that's 380 million. By the time you add Cesar Azpilicueta, who came in for 12 million, that's 392 million. And then you had 40 million Kovacic.
How much is that?
Well, that's
we're already nearing 500 million.
And then you had Conte.
So we're
almost at 500 million.
Yeah. So Chelsea perhaps might even have the most expensive squad in the Premier League.
So you're expecting that squad
to go and play Carling Cup.
To go and win.
I think it's United or City.
How much is United? United is not this expensive.
500. Martial like 50.
Maguire, Isaka.
We've already made that's more than 250.
Fernandez. Man U is expensive.
Expensive.
And
so you want to win Carling Cup with 500 million pounds?
He wants them to finish third in semi-finals in 3 competitions.
No. I said
that finish third in the league.
Win 2 trophies: the FA Cup, Carling Cup. Pursue the league properly. Pursue the Champions League properly.
I think the target is. I think it has to win the title, first or second. Worst case scenario, finish second.
You know how Abramovich could be. They pursued the title under Ranieri. Fine, they lost shamefully to the Invincibles, and then he got
shamefully.
Yes, they didn't really chase the Invincibles.
Nobody. That's why you can't say it's shamefully.
It's still shameful.
They were the Invincibles.
It's still shameful. Jose Mourinho.
They were the Invincibles.
They were the Invincibles, but you should still chase the Invincibles.
What happened to Man United?
What happened to Liverpool when they won the Champions League?
Can you explain Man United and what happened that season?
No, Man United were poor that season.
And so how is it Chelsea's Invincible?
I'm saying that if a scenario like that happens. And Chelsea,
there's no shame in finishing second to the Invincibles.
There's no shame. Oh, really? Then why is Jose Mourinho not the manager of Man United?
No, is there any shame in finishing second to the Invincibles?
Let's take a few more calls. Our time is fast spent. Tosin and Josh. Hello,
Tony. I need you one more time again. This is Temo that told back on the line.
Okay, Temo.
Tony, did I just hear you say the players they bought are Champions League players?
Yes, now.
These players they bought.
Where was Hakim Ziyech, Thiago Silva, Vina? Where were they playing with the Chelsea? Not Champions League.
I'm not speaking about that, Tony. These ones are Chinese. People can't sign Neymar.
People that reach one reach final, one reach semi-final. If you don't know.
One reach final. Who will be the semi-final? I don't know who will be the semi-final.
Ziyech, no, be Ziyech. Vina.
Who?
The team reach.
Oh,
the team reach now. You know, that I be the best player of that team.
I'm talking about the player himself. He said they are Champions League players. This one Champions League players. That is not the guy I see against Inter Milan when he scored that free goal. My son said he scored Tony. Those ones are Champions League players, Tony. Those ones that he will use for Premier League. They will like that guy in the show who said they will go for League Cup. They will go for League Cup with all the money they spend. You will see it, Tony. You will see it. Don't worry. Thank you very much, Tony.
Okay, just in case you want to, I want to refresh your memory. Leipzig played in the semi-finals of the Champions League. He was their top scorer. 9 goals carried them reached there. It was just unfortunate that after the Bundesliga ended, he had transferred to Chelsea.
He didn't want to.
If Leipzig had won the Champions League, he could collect medal.
Yeah.
So that should tell you of his contributions. In case you do not remember, Hakim Ziyech and co played Chelsea in the Champions League. That match ended 4-4 at Stamford Bridge.
Should have ended 4-1.
And they finished that game with 9 men.
Yes.
I'm telling you that they played in the Thiago Silva. You saw him in the Champions League final.
The season before, Ziyech got to semi-final of the Champions League.
Now Champions League boys then buy you. Now only Kai Havertz and they play Europa League.
Even Havertz played Champions League football at the start of the season. They were in the same group with Juventus.
And they got knocked out.
So
they know what in them buy you. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Adura.
Adura, let's hear you.
Yes, sir. I greet Josh.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please, I want you to check Chelsea record. Anytime Chelsea spend more than 120, they always fight for the title. Go and check the record. I want everybody to check the record. Anytime they spend big, they achieve the trophy.
Now the time they spend, when they spend big other than Ranieri, did they win it? I mean, they not spend big that year. I said when they spend big under Claudio Ranieri, how much did they spend? Did they win it?
But they don't go trophy left.
Hello?
You went trophyless. No trophy.
That's why I said they should prioritize winning at least 2 trophies, those league cups, those domestic cups. If they win those 2...
You say what? I can't hear you very well. Let's take one final call. You say Unduka?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
I don't mind that man, but below the warrior.
Which man is that?
The man that called you that is attacking you.
Unduka, we don't move on now. Don't worry. You know one thing about radio? The fans, they know the truth. I don't hate Chelsea. I don't hate Man U. I just talk about Masi B. I don't hate Arsenal as well. But then, guys, we gotta go. The next time we come on Football Live, League don't start to. Are you aware?
Yes, and Chelsea would have played their first game.
Wow.
Chelsea will be preparing to play the first game of the league season against Brighton and Hove Albion. I look at Chelsea's first 5 games, and it could actually be important for them. Brighton away from home, they drew 1-1 against Brighton in that friendly. Then they play Liverpool at Stamford Bridge. They didn't beat Liverpool last season in the league. Then they travel to West Brom. They take on Crystal Palace and then Southampton. Southampton have the goals of Danny Ings, and of course Crystal Palace, we know them. They were Chelsea's bogey team for quite a long time. I'm still sticking with the fact that I think Chelsea should challenge for the league title.
Josh.
Well, Chelsea, they are a favourite to finish in the they should not finish anything below 3rd. That's my own predict. That's my own judgment and target for the Blues. They should, if they get to semi-final of Champions League, they should pat themselves on the back. If they get eliminated in the round of 16, they should be ashamed of themselves. So semi-final, but at least even if you get into the quarter-final, no problem. But then they should also try to win not just 1 trophy, the 2 domestic trophies that they're going to play. That's the FA Cup and EFL Cup. Even if they don't win the Premier League title, at least they should give a good showing for themselves. It should not be a 10 points, 20 points gap. They should be close to the champions, because when that happens, they now see that okay, we can actually maintain a sustained push for the Premier League title next season.